How's it going, y'all? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. Happy Variable Fighter Fridays. Look, trying to come up with the name of a mech on a Friday that starts with the letter F. Not the easiest thing to do. Or at least I don't have the creativity for it. The only ones that I know is the Variable Fighter from Macross, okay? And we're not even playing a Macross game today. I mean, I could. What if I did? No, we need to play Armored Core 6. We need... No, we need to play Armored Core 6. It's funny, so I've been trying to beef up some of the things I can play recently, my off time, right? And I was reminded of a fine PlayStation product, right? Fine PlayStation product one might call Macross VFX and its sequel Macross VFX 2. I don't know if anyone else has played these games, but these games... Hey Fonk, how's it going? Net Yarose! I just like saying Net Yarose. Net Yarose... Like, I don't even know what Yarose means. But it's fun to say. You know, I don't even know if I'm saying it right. I think I am. Right? I think. I've heard it pronounced. That's what it looks like it should be pronounced to me. You know, I could put on a very English, stereotypical, you know, North American accent and be like, Net Yarose? Like, I don't think that ain't it. I'm pretty sure that ain't it. Correct me if I'm wrong, Fonk, but anyways. Macross Digital Mission VFX, I think, is an incredible video game. Extremely, no one played it because it's Japan only. I had it as a Hong Kong Silver growing up because I have cousins from Hong Kong. That's why. I don't know if anyone's ever heard the term Hong Kong Silver before, but look, it was notable because the discs weren't black like other PlayStation discs were, right? It's like, you know, it was a copy disc, right? And y'all remember how to get around the copy protection on a PlayStation originally? Like, yeah, I remember people using like things with the expansion expansion slot on the back, right? You could like plug a Game Shark into that thing and whatnot. Or like people used to get like mod chips. Mod chip scenes, really big in the PlayStation era, right? Like really, really big. It was around that time when I think like, you know, people don't say the term mod chip as much as they used to anymore because we don't need to, right? Emulation has changed that game quite a bit, quite literally and figuratively. But you also got like there were other ways to get around the copy protection than a mod chip to play imports or copies, you know? It was like the way I used to do it at first on my very first PlayStation, which I don't recommend anyone do, okay? I was a child. I didn't understand. I didn't know any better. So don't do this, okay? But long story short, what you needed to do was just get past the the region locking and copy protection layer, which basically was only done at one point in the whole time when you used to boot up a PS1, right? You know, when you boot up PS1, it gets that like big orange and white backgrounded like Sony Computer Entertainment logo. It goes brown, right? And then once that finishes loading up, it goes to like a black screen with the actual PlayStation logo. And then it says like PlayStation underneath and then like some copyright stuff. And then does that like more like gleaming kind of like sound. right, into like a fade out. Basically, once you get to that black screen with the PlayStation logo, you're good, right? But the boot up sequence for the game doesn't happen, technically speaking, until after that PlayStation logo disappears. That PlayStation logo and black screen disappears. So what you could actually do... Hey, My Hero Zero. How's it going? I don't know why I struggled to say your name today. But what you could basically do was you take any PlayStation disc, any legitimate PlayStation disc, which I used my... I use like a demo disc often for this. Like actually the official demo disc that it came with the PS1 originally. I can't remember if it was called a Jam Pack. It might have been called a Jam Pack, I think. It might have had a different name. I remember it came in like a little purple sleeve, and it had like Toshinden, and it had like X Games something or the other. It was like an X Games kind of really bad sort of like stunt racing game on it, and it had a jumping flash demo on it as well. So like all these demos, right? And like probably a bunch of video content. So I'd put that in, let it boot, right, as normal. But what you need to... Sorry, let me back this up. So you know how with like PlayStation, ESPN X Games, later renamed to One Extreme. Thank you, Fix It Hard Eye. Also, how's it going, Liv? Good to see you. Good to see you. But let me back up for a moment. So y'all remember what a PlayStation looks like, and you obviously had that giant lid, which was spring-loaded, right? And you press that eject button, or that open button, sorry. Press that big old open button that's on the right side, right? Or was on the left? I think it was on the right side. And then the flap goes boop, like this. So at the back of the lid, where it's like the hinge for like where, you know, it opens and closes on the PlayStation, there's like a little button in there. It's like a little square button. It's not that hard to miss, but it's pretty small. And the way it operated was it would spring up, right? And then, but on the top of the actual lid itself, there's like a little plastic protrusion, like a stick, that basically when you close the lid, it presses down the button, right? And then obviously when it opens, it releases, and then it lets go of the button, and then the button springs back up, right? That button at the back that gets depressed when the lid is closed is basically what initiates the PlayStation to say, you know, you're powering it on and the lid is closed, so start to boot the game, right? So what you do is you just needed something, technically speaking, if you want to keep the lid open but still play the game that's in the PlayStation, you just need something to basically make sure that little button is ajar and stays down, right? So I had, you know, like a Lego, like I just had like a 2-piece Lego block that was like 2 nibs long, right? I think people know what I mean when I say that and have a general idea. It's probably like, you know, 1.5 inches, maybe not quite 2 inches. It's probably even smaller than that, right? It's like maybe like a little 1.5 inch block or so, right? All you gotta do is just wedge that block down between the protrusion on the lid and the button. And then basically, hey, you have a working PlayStation, but the lid stays open. Why would you want to do that? This is why. Again, I don't recommend this, right? This is technically a naughty thing to do with an old PlayStation for multiple reasons. But basically what you do is you take a legitimate game, right? A black Sony PlayStation disc, throw it on, wedge the Lego in there over the button. Game starts to boot as if the lid was closed, right? Game starts to boot. You get the old white screen. Or even if you're like already got the PlayStation on, right? You're in like probably your memory card screen or something like that, or with the CD player, right? Game the button gets depressed because you got the Lego wedged in there. Then it starts to boot the game. Then eventually the PlayStation goes to that black screen with the PlayStation logo on it. And then from there, what I used to do was I literally, like, whatever disc you have on there, it's spooling, right? It's spinning, it's reading, but it hasn't started the game boot yet because it doesn't happen until you get past the black screen. I would physically take the disc off the spindle. That was probably not incredible for my CD drive. I'm not going to lie, right? Probably not an incredible thing to do. I would take the disc off and then I'd quickly swap in a Hong Kong Silver or literally any other game that was, you know, not copy protected, let's just say, right? A game such as my Hong Kong Silver as Macross Digital Mission VFX or VFX 2 or whatever have you. Throw that on and the game would just boot. It would just work because you got past the copy protection stage already. And then the game would just load and you're good to go. Obviously, yes, now I have a PlayStation that's now got the, you know, lid wide open, but I didn't care. I was playing Macross VFX 2. I was happy. I was a child. Probably very unsafe for your PlayStation, but it worked. But it worked. That PlayStation did not last long. Let's put it that way. That PlayStation, that PlayStation stopped reading discs after maybe 2 or 3 years or so. Don't recommend doing that, but it worked. But it worked. Again, mod chips, right? It was a different time. Anyways. Be safe with your PlayStations. What am I doing? I'm supposed to be playing Armored Core today. Welcome to my series, I Heart Mecha. Armored Core 6. This all got started just thinking about it because I said Variable Fire Fridays. I need to play some Macross VFX again someday. I have the means. I've acquired the means to do so. We'll do that someday. Arguably, it's like, what if Ace Combat for the PlayStation, but you could turn into a mech whenever you wanted? That sounds pretty good to me, in my opinion. Also, why is my phone blowing up? That's fine. I don't want to put that right now. Alright, let's play a video game, shall we? Let's go over here. Turn that back up. There we go. Where did I leave off? Right. I blew up Raven. Sorry. It's my name now, right? On top of that, I have seemingly learned the beauty of using a new weapon, as much as I love the pile bunker. Shout out to the folks from the last stream, teaching me the ways of the hammer, the plasma thrower, if you will. It seems like a strong as hell weapon, right? I kind of want to keep this shotgun on, but I don't know how well this is going to do against most fodder enemies if I run into them, so again, I'm going to put the burst assault rifle on for now. But I'm liking this build, so right under the limit for our boosters, which I still enjoy these boosters a lot. You know, this melee attack thrust, I don't know how applicable that is for the hammer. Once I get some other folks in here, if they drop by, I can ask them, but see how applicable that is for like modifying my melee attack for sure. There's definitely ones in here, obviously they seem very much built for that, but also there's trade-offs for that for like movement, right? So I don't know, sticking right now to like using arms as that modifier, right? Which, you know, don't know if I'm ready to put these Basho arms quite yet. They are pretty good. Just my firearms would suffer quite a bit as a result, right? So yeah, I don't know quite yet, but we'll see. We'll see. Arena-wise, we're all cleaned up. We don't need to worry about that. I did redo that Raven mission because I wanted to, like, I just wanted to try it again. I got an S rank on it. I was pretty happy about that. I know there's a lot of battle logs I have to, like, clean up going back, but I can do that in my time. Do that in my off time, right? Let's do a mission. Historic data recovery. Okay. No base pay. Opposition derived from saleable data or from PCA records. Alright.
Raven,
I think the audio is okay.
I have a personal request to ask you. It's about the Engebret tunnel, which is to be shut down after it was hit by a coral surge. I want to go there and survey the area.
I don't think the audio is too quiet. We should be
Before
fine.
the coral surge, that place had been all but abandoned. It's an old structure, dating far back into the colonization of Rubicon. There must be items of interest from throughout the planet's history there.
Alright.
As I'm sure you're aware, I have no resources with which to pay you.
Oh, you mean AI from
But I can
Coral
propose an alternative.
doesn't have money?
If you find any wrecks left by the PCA, you should try accessing them. Both the corporations and the Rubiconians are gathering data on PCA technology. Whatever you collect, I can exchange for credits and transfer the funds to you.
But she can be a data broker for me. Okay. Alright, Air. Look. I don't have Ganja's here, so don't tell Ganj, but I think Air seems okay. I don't yet to see the turn. I'm still waiting for it. I feel like I'm being set up. You're not wrong, but look.
I've taken a few liberties. Walter thinks you've gone on a geological survey.
Now she's lying to Walter. Oh, great.
Doing this for me, Raven.
Alright, alright. We'll see. We'll see.
Main system activating combat mode.
Let's get started, Raven. I've already located several.
Wait, this is the hole
wrecks
that,
we
like,
should be
blew
able to
up real
recover
bad,
data
wasn't
from.
it?
I'll send the marker data.
Just getting very familiar with the controls. Okay. This feels like a Dark Souls cave. I don't know why. It just does. Like, it's just slightly haunted. It's her die says, Air is as reliable as any other sentient being you interact with this game. So not very. I mean, all mine is for all mercenaries, right? But if you have to run in, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see.
PCA craft data. I'll exchange it for credits and send them to you later.
I don't even necessarily need this money, but you know, doesn't mean I won't take it. All right. Admittedly, just like looking elsewhere if there's any other logs and whatnot. Okay, well, good enough.
Coral is able to conduct data and can influence digital equipment. The effects of the coral surge must have brought some of the wrecks back online. Let's see what we can find.
Look at this little guy. What are you doing? Fixer Eye says, I hadn't considered all my intention. I need to self-reflect. Okay. Definitely not being cagey on that. Liv. Although I actually can't tell. I'm the last person to be able to pick up sarcasm, so... But I trust you. I trust Liv. I like all these little robot guys. They're fun. Okay, so I guess we can go multiple places here, right? Let's go this way first. Some might say All Mind is the most sentient. You mean like most sentient in terms of like raw quantity? Because it's all mercenaries and it's like that means hey, everyone has the All Mind, and I've yet to know the purpose of all that stuff, so we'll see. All I know is All Mind gives me half decent robot parts for now, right? So we'll see. Anything up here?
This data seems valuable too. I'm so glad this is turning into a profitable mission. Let's keep looking, Raven.
It's like Air's just looking out for me, right? Air's just like, yeah, I'm so happy you're getting a little bit of money. That it's like, you're here for me, but I'm glad I'm here for you, right? Like, nothing bad. Definitely no badness happening, right? Everything seems on the level so far. Air contributing to our only mechs? Yeah, sure, why not?
That's an old mouse I see. The Rubiconians used to pilot these.
Did I not scan that last one? I didn't... Or okay, this one just happened to have a log, the other ones didn't. That makes sense.
This seems to be a recording of Mian, the Liberation Front's ideological leader. But this appears to be something
Salvage work is work.
exceptionally
Yes,
personal.
thank you, Panthera, for standing up for the rights of these fine workers. We can't go down there, huh? These areas are massive. Go that way? Okay, so I can go both these ways. Oh my god, Tricky Banana, hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well, hope you're doing well. How did the rest of your demos go? It's a banana raid, baby. David Stanley Fisher, good to see you again. Good to see you, good to see you. El Pollo Diablo, how's it going? First time chatter out of the Nanners raid. How's it going? How's it going? Good to have you. Good to have you. Oh gosh, there's bad guys here. 1 second. Oh gosh. Dealing with some bad robots.
Inspecting data.
Hi, 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 hi.
It's a
Madre de
schematic
Dios
for
es
master
el pollo diablo. Tricky Banana. Your Spanish is probably much better than mine. Good to see you. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. How was all the adventure games? It seemed like it was going well when I was in there briefly. It seemed like, you know, that... Did you get any success with... Shoot, what was her name? Sarah Maple? Was it? It was something Maple. I couldn't remember her first name. I already lost it. Honestly, the game was so good. That's great. That's great. It's like, for those who were not in Tricky Banana's channel. She was playing a fine point click. I didn't even know what the name of that point click was. What was it? But all I remember was it looked like it took place in Canada, and her last name was Maple, and I was like, that's funny. It's like they just really wanted to make sure that you know that she's Canadian. Right? Seemed like a good time. Also, thank you again for joining. Thank you again for raiding. Was I just here? Did I just do a loop? Hold on. Am I going the right way? Am I going the wrong way? I feel like I just did a loop. Look at this little guy. I was just here, wasn't I? I was. I'm lost in these caves. Let's try again, shall we? Out here. Okay, let's go this way. It happens in Canada. The game was called The Crimson Diamond. Okay. Got you. Right, okay. So I took that already.
An older generation of AC.
I see. These caves are very confusing. I also get lost very easily. It's time for Canadian banana. Look, if you want to... Let me tell you, you're not going to find a lot of bananas up here in Canada, right? They don't exactly grow well in non-tropical environments, let alone ice-cold Canada.
This was recorded 2 days before the fires of Ibis. There seems to be
that game seemed fun.
Calamity, right before it struck.
I hear a 0. They're banana A. Banana, yeah, it's not banana, it's banana A. Like hard A, definitely. Oh, look, I was just very impressed with the way that game kind of like was absolutely unapologetically going for that like old Sierra game look, right? And obviously has like the console stuff. This is like 36 armored worth of cores. Saturn, hello, how's it going? Good to see you. Shoutouts to Saturn, by the way, who was responsible for last Saturday's Madam Web choice pick for Film Club, which it seemed like everyone was having a great time with, so thank you to Saturn for that pick. Great pick, one might say. Let's go this way. Let's go to the left, right? Only the master would figure out how to get bananas again. Look, yeah, we got to import them. we got to bring those bananas in from overseas, just like everyone else, right? I don't know what a Canadian banana would even like, you know, taste like. It probably wouldn't be good, right? It's like, you know, let's grow a lot of veggies up here and stuff like that, but like banana probably ain't it. Anything down here? This looks like something right down here.
This data sheds some light on the composition of the enforcement squads.
Can I blow up this rock and get out of the way? Come on. But yeah, if you want maple syrup though, we got that in spades. Let me tell you. I'm not gonna lie, like I cannot have like anything like if you throw me like a big old bottle of Aunt Jemima, I'm not gonna complain, right? But I can tell you this much: I will be picky. I'm not gonna have a great time, right? Putting that on pancakes. It's like real maple syrup is so easy to get up here. It's like, yeah, that Aunt Jemima stuff is pretty. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. It's pretty rough, right? It's kind of just sugar in syrup form, which sounds fine, right? Should be fine, even. Right? You'd think it'd be fine. But it's not what you want. Okay, Easy, easy. One more somewhere. There it is. I freaking paid $17 for a small jug of real maple. I mean, it's worth it though, Tricky Banana. It's worth it, right? Like I spend like, yeah, about the same, like $20 Canadian. So it's like, you know, and we get it like close by, right? But it's worth it. Fixer Eye says real maple syrup is easy to find down here, but it's like 2 or 3 times the cost of the cheese. Yeah, I know. You know what the trick is? It's like, okay, so the trick is, it's like, you don't have to use as much, right? Is it time for maple syrup lore? No, I'm going to play the video game today, Tricky Banana. I'm going to try to my best. Even though I've technically, as I say that, I've already put the controller down and I paused the game, right? The trick to using real maple syrup is just don't use as much, right? It's like, you see people like that, like, you know, you pull in a bottle of Aunt Jemima, right? It's also like cause and effect. I'm not going to lie, right? You get this. Do you have to milk a moose to get? No! That's not, I mean. What you do between you and that moose is God's business, right? I'm not religious. But what you choose to do with that moose is up to you, right? Also, good luck. Those things are big. But with maple syrup, it's like, it usually comes in a smaller bottle as well, right? Conga Line Monkey, how's it going? First time chatter. Good to see you. You don't have to? I've been doing it wrong. Yeah, it's like, you don't have to, but the moose, look, you know, say for only mechs. Or I guess only moose. Famous website, only moose. Support your local moose workers, right? It's real work too. Moose pull syrup. Oh, that just rolls right off the tongue, My Hero Zero. It's like, is this anything? Hey, the moose gotta do that. Just maybe, right? Look, again, it's like Aunt Jemima stuff comes in a giant bottle, and any stuff that you find in the grocery store that's like, you know, obviously big branded, blah blah blah. It comes in that giant bottle because they know people use a lot of it, but that's also why it's cheaper, so that's fine. But if it's like you go buy a really nice, you know, like single origin, low batch or small batch, you know, nice dark style maple syrup, make sure it's dark, right? Like obviously the darker it is, the more mapley it's going to taste, right? And then you don't have to use as much, right? If you want to buy the lighter stuff, absolutely go for it. But you're not getting as much your bang for your buck, right? In my opinion. Like, it tastes a little bit lighter, but then, you know, you're going to be more... You're gonna want to use more of it in that case, right? Whereas if you use like the nice dark stuff, onlymoose.com is available. You should snag it. I can't afford another domain. I can't even afford my own domain. That's why I have a tiny URL link, live. But also, what if? You want to go to the SNES rankings? Go to onlymoose.com. I shouldn't do that. Oh. What if I just rebranded my entire streaming thing just to Only Moose? No, I'm not going to do that. That'd be bad. Conga Line Monkey, thank you for the follow. Much, much appreciated. Let's play the video game. That said, yeah, real maple syrup. It's worth it. I think so. But also, like, I don't know. I don't use it all the time either, to be honest. Right? When I eat breakfast foods, I don't eat like a lot of pancakes and waffles and whatnot, personally. It's kind of dessert, right? Not that there's anything wrong with that. Alright, there may be logic to C-pulse sensory augmentation of what? C-pulse? Choral pulse? Is that what we're talking about here? No ethical scholar would ever dare cross a point of turn. Mankind is driven mad by what does choral represent? Not sure, but okay. They're talking about me!
Humans. The same choral technology that created you. But without it, we never would have made contact.
Make you think.
I'm not picking up any more data stores. If this outing has made you think of Rubicon's past or the nature of Coral, then it was all worth it.
Of course she's into it. Oh, mission complete. Okay. You know what they say? A shot of maple syrup per day keeps the moose away. But I want to like the moose. I want to be friends with the moose. I like them. Like, it's like you're not going to find a lot of moose up here in Canada, obviously in the cities and stuff like that. But like, if you go like up north from where I am, like you will definitely find a lot more, and they're scary, right? Sorry, I shouldn't say scary, but they're intimidating. Not because, you know, they're violent or anything like that. But if you ever see a moose up close and personal, it's like, yeah, they are massive. Like their legs are as tall as you, essentially, right? If you think a horse can be big, a moose is big.
In exchange, Balaam's in charge of putting down the beast.
It's like a truck with antlers.
Some top Vespers. Guess they don't.
That's a great way to put it, conga line monkey.
Better than nothing. I'll provide what support I can too. Yeah, your mad scientists, RAD or whatever, and that hound of yours. Michigan. Don't underestimate 621. That hound always delivers.
They really do have a lot of ways to call a person a dog in this game, don't they? Rickman says, pretty sure I've seen a moose in Chicago. It had these weird antlers. Weird antlers?
One new message.
What do you mean weird antlers? It was in the burbs? Yeah.
What kept you, 621? You're a famous mercenary now. Time to act like one.
Is Ham and Walter mad at us?
This next mission's all or nothing. Make sure you attend the briefing.
Saturn says, I'm glad they finally made an AC for the pet play girlies. What? What are we talking about, Saturn? Oh, what's this? Stun needle launcher. Someone mentioned this. Was it My Hero Zero? Did you mention this? Stun needle launcher? Someone did. You've never played this game. Oh. Maybe it was Grossimian then? My Hero Zero, I thought you did play this game. How have you not played this game, My Hero Zero? I know you're from Sicko, right? You're just not like a Mexico. No, you love Front Mission. What are we talking about? But I'll take credit because it's not smart. My Hero Zero, I'll let you take credit for that one, for sure. You don't need my permission to take credit for being smart, My Hero Zero. I appreciate you. Let's try this gun. Where is it? It's not. Do I have to buy it? Probably not. Otherwise it would show up here, probably, right? Is it a shoulder thing? I kind of wish it would tell me, like, where the new parts are. Like, that green dot is here, right? But it doesn't tell you, like, where it is until you, like, accidentally scroll over it, you know? Is it, like, offhand only? What's going on? Shoulder? Okay, there it is. Thank you, Saturn. Okay, it's like a cannon. Or like a sniper, maybe? It's got good range. It does have good range. Effective range lower than its ideal range. That's interesting. Reserve says, I think I was just playing other stuff at times came out and haven't gone back for it. Relatively new Soul Sicko. Only played DS1 and 3 in Elden Ring. You played more than me. Played definitely more than me. Especially after you showed me your hours played today. Let's try this out, I guess. I didn't see. How heavy is it? Quite a bit heavier. A little too heavy. actually. If I was to combine this. That seems like decent damage. Impact up. For 1 million followers, I'm gonna play Dark Souls on Donkey Kong bongos. That sounds like it'd be very difficult, Tricky Banana. You know what you should probably try? It's like, I'm sure someone's done it, right? Someone has to have done this, but it's like Dark Souls on like a DDR pad or something, right? Like, someone has surely done this. That can't be an original idea. I don't know how you would do that with the bongos. Someone programmed Elden Ring to work with a Ring Fit adventure? That's incredible. That sounds like... Oh yeah, done and beaten on DDR pads. Okay, yeah. I was gonna say, like, someone probably did that with like Demon Souls, right? Like back in the day even. There's a guy who beat Dark Souls on every single controller ever, including a microphone with zero... No way, Triggerman, get out of town. What? What? And Rock Band drums? Rock Band drums I can at least see because I have obviously some Rock Band drums. But like a Rock Band drums has like a direct analog to like a controller, right? Like there's literally like, I want to say like the snare drum pad, so the leftmost pad, I think is a B button. And then it goes, I think, green, yellow, blue? No. I might have had that. I might have that wrong. I think it goes maybe green, red, yellow, blue. I don't know. But they're like basically the face buttons, right? And then there's a D-pad on the actual drum set, which is really funny. You don't really have a way to hit the like L and R buttons, but I'm sure you can figure out a way to map them, right? If you had like the symbols and whatnot as well, which by default map as the face buttons, but maybe they're remappable in a way because they should count as separate buttons. At least they do in Rock Band 3, right? So, seeing a speedrun of Alien Isolation on a wheel. That sounds awesome. All this sounds awesome. Kind of, that's why I'm like curious. I'm like, how would you do like Donkey Kong bong? Like with the bongos, it's like it only has so many functions on it, right? So like, how much can you actually do? Right? Dark Souls is, you need a lot of buttons for Dark Souls, but I don't know. Oh my god, Warcry Mango. How's it going? It's a mango raid. Thank you so much. My god, we're just full of raids today. How's it going? Ever Zephyr, first time chatter. Good to see you. And Ape. Or actually, no, I said that wrong. I put the extension on the A. I need to go a P because you just have a lot of P's and E's. Birth to Wayfarer, good to see you. Good to see you, good to see you. Oh, Bath, my bass brother. Bass! Love to see it, love to see it. Very sick run. GTQ had that speedrun of Mario 64 on a drum kit, like actual electric. Holy crap. I've never seen that. I need to check that out. Everybody's rating. Time for Dan Dan Noodles? Oh no, is it? I did one mission. I blew up a couple other robots, but I'll snag the voucher. Okay, thank you, My Hero Zero. I definitely want to see that. Trigger Banana. I did promise you Dan Dan Noodles, didn't I? I did. I did. I did, and I keep promises. Trigger Banana, have you ever had Dan Dan Noodles before? Have you ever seen or like tried them? You should be able to find them around your parts, if I recall correctly. I think I remember you saying where approximately you were from, but I would be surprised, right? Y'all heard of these Dan Dan Noodles? It's actually, I don't want to call it a fad. Come back here, shall we? Dan Dan Noodles? Look, I've had my share of Dan Dan Noodles. But here's the funny thing about Dan Dan Noodles, right? Aren't those just noodles with chili sauce? Yeah, kinda. Kinda. Yeah. Saturn, you're absolutely correct. It's really an incredibly simple dish. right? Oh my god, Congo Island monkey and an oh again, it says ape, but it's like epi. It's for outside, so like not sure about how primate, ape, or epi is, but they can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't mean to assume. I apologize. Yes, my hero zero. It's like chili in a peanutty sauce, right? It's like, if I was to be as reductionist as possible, yeah, go grab some rice noodles, right? Get some chili sauce. You know, if you want it to be like a chili garlic sauce or something, you can do that. But like a chili oil is essentially all I need. Not necessarily chili crisp, but if you used it, I'm not going to complain, right? It's like if I was at home and I had literally all the ingredients that I had in my fridge right now, right? I'm going to grab some rice noodles. You can grab any rice noodles. Even if you use udon, like, go ahead. I'm not going to turn that down, right? It says, I've had some Dan Dan noodles at a dumpling place in Seattle. They slapped. Okay, that rules. That sounds all right. Oh, you've piqued my Hero Zero's interest. Because Seattle represent. Shoutouts. Shoutouts to Seattle. I've never been to Seattle. I'd love to visit sometime. But yeah, if I was making Dan Dan noodles at home with like the barest of bare minimum ingredients, I would just take some chili crisp. I would take some peanuts, crush them up, or just get some. You could technically just grab some chunky peanut butter, right? Don't shout out Seattle. Saturn's like, no, don't come here. What's wrong with Seattle? Right? Seattle seems okay. I don't know. They got Dan Dan noodles, at least, from what I'm told. They got My Hero Zero. That sounds alright to me. I went there once and it was mid. Okay. Was the coffee good at least, Saturn? Shout out Washington, D.C. I've never been to Washington, D.C. I would love to also visit D.C. sometime. PAX West slaps in Seattle. Okay, yeah. That's right. Yeah, shout out to PAX. PAX seems like we're at the time. But yeah. Peanuts, chili sauce, chili crisp even, right? Chili oil, right? Mix that up. Throw it into a bowl, right? Get it nice and heated, bloom it up, right? Get some rice noodles, you know, parboil them beforehand, right? Throw noodles on top. You're good. That's Dan Dan noodles, baby. At the basest, most basic. That's all it is. What I was getting at before was, when it comes to Dan Dan noodles, it's actually like, think of it more as a concept rather than like a recipe, right? It's like, as long as you have a couple base parts to it, you can kind of dress a Dan Dan noodles with anything you'd like, right? Like you can kind of put anything you want. There's a couple things you could say are more traditional, right? But it's like, generally speaking, it's all to taste, right? Like if you have like a traditional ingredient that not a lot of people tend to include would be, have you ever heard of like Chinese mustard greens? Okay, not fresh ones, but usually you get like these pickled ones. And you basically get these dried preserved ones as well, which are actually, I think, what people more traditionally use is these dried preserved ones. You just gotta like soak them in a little bit in some water, and then you throw it in, you mix it in with your sauce and whatnot. It can be as vegetarian as you like to. You know, pork is usually a typical thing you put in a Dan Dan noodle. If you don't want to use pork, you don't have to, right? You skip it. It's usually just like a ground pork as well. You know, if you have something like, you know, some pork belly or something, you can do that too if you wish. All you're essentially looking for is just to make like a hash, right? But I think most people, what they tend to do is associate Dan Dan Noodles with Kenji, right? Kenji López-Alt, right? So let's go here. Make this big. I think literally if I type Dan Dan Noodles in there, like Kenji will probably be one of the first. Yeah. Right? This video of his is quite old. I've seen this first one up here quite a lot. Quite a lot. Did I say detention? What? I didn't say detention, did I? Who said detention? Saturn says, for me, Dan Dan Noodles are like when you go to the Chinese restaurant with friends, but you want to spend $4. Yes. Right? So it's like, oh gosh, of course. Of course, Bon Appetit did one here as well. And yeah, you will get a lot of like stuff like it's like the best authentic Dan Dan Noodles. You'll get, oh yeah, shoutouts to Lon Lamb. She's the best. She is the best person at America's Test Kitchen, in my opinion. She rules. Look, right here, Zero. I promised this to Tricky Banana. I had to do it. It's like, I think a thing that a lot of people also miss is the sesame part. So like if you have some tahini on the side, like traditionally you'd be getting like some Chinese sesame paste. But tahini is a fine substitute as well. Or if you don't have it, look, that's fine too. The key thing is like, it's supposed to be a very quick, simple dish, which is why it's typically made as street food, right? It's time for the food class. I'm not going to do a lot of teaching today. I don't need to. It's like, this stuff is so simple. I really, really don't need to. Like, I could watch this very long 20-minute Dan Dan Noodles video of Kenji's that they do in their own restaurant, which is really cool and stuff like that. And this is just the way Kenji likes to make. He admits it openly in his first video, right? It's like, this is how I like to make Dan Dan Noodles. It's like, you don't have to do it like this. This is just how I do it at home, right? But here's another way he does it. I've never seen this. It's like 3 minutes just at home. Let's take a look. Okay, chop some garlic. A lot of garlic. It's maybe like, what, 3 cloves? Some ginger. Get a little slicey slice. Hello, Princess Ray. How's it going? That looks like some chicken broth. Heat it up in the microwave, of all places. Yeah, why not? A little water in a pot, which I don't know why he's holding it that low. Green onion. Yep. Give it a little slice. Slice it, yes. Slice it. Slice it nice. Get it nice and fine. Or if you want to be fancy, leave it as like long strands, right? I don't know what that thing was. You don't have to make this in wok. If you have a skillet, it's totally fine too. Just makes your life easier. That looks like some Chinkang black vinegar, right? Very key. No other vinegar tastes like that vinegar, I'll tell you that much. What's that other sauce? I missed that. What else did he grab there out of the... Is it just soy sauce? Yeah. It's just light soy sauce. Any soy sauce will do here. But light is probably more common. That's totally fine. Unseasoned. But if you have seasoned too. Chili oil. A little mixy mix. Right? What is that? Okay, there's your pickled... I think it's pickled radish. That's what that was. Also, are black vinegar pickles a thing? I don't know. Panthera? That sounds like it'd be pretty dang alright. That sounds like it should be a thing. Like things that are pickled using that black vinegar, like Chinese black vinegar. That sounds very expensive, first of all, because Chinese black vinegar can be, I mean, it can be cheap. It can be also very, like, think of, like, you know, the same way people kind of get fancy about like Italian red vinegars, right? Like the same way, like some vinegars you buy, like a nice balsamic. A nice balsamic has like an appellation on it almost, right? Like it's got like a seal of whatever, saying it's like this came from Modena, Italy or something, right? It's like Chinese black vinegar is fermented and like aged in a very similar way. Yeah, same with like olive oils and stuff like that for sure. Panthera, right? Black vinegar is also very similar, but it's like the key thing with like black vinegar is that like it's very, I don't want to say pungent. That's not the right way to put it. It's like very sweet and obviously vinegary, right? But it's got definitely like this fermented taste to it, right? Like if you try like a little bit of like balsamic vinegar, you just kind of go like, ooh, and you kind of like, you know, it makes you pucker because obviously it's vinegar. But it makes you, it's got like a deep acidity to it, obviously in the same way that like a red wine may have, although it's obviously non-alcoholic at that point, right? But like you just gonna kind of go like, whoa, right? Chinese black vinegar is similar in a way. It's not as deep as say a balsamic vinegar, but it's got a funk to it for sure, right? And like that's where the sweetness comes from, right? Like the sweetness from a balsamic vinegar comes from those aged, like you know, those aged olive, like those aged deep olive kind of a brininess, I guess you could say, right? But when it comes to like Chinese black vinegar, it's not like fishy funky or something like that, obviously. It's like, what's a good way I can kind of describe it? I guess just, yeah, it's like sweet and vinegary at the same time, right? It's not like a malt vinegar, obviously, but it's like the grapiness of like a balsamic vinegar like comes through really strong, right? But it like almost tastes like, you know, olives in a way because it's so concentrated, right? But when it comes to like Chinese balsamic vinegar, it's got like this, gosh, how do I even describe this? Let's bring some up, shall we? Okay. Vinegar. The ultimate explainer. Fantastic. Typically speaking, this stuff is used for like dipping in dumplings, which is actually like the primary usage of it. You would take like just yeah, it's like sweet, salty, mildly vinegary. I don't know if mildly, I mean, yeah, like if you compare it to like say a white vinegar or a malt vinegar, it's less like punch you in the face with that way, but it punches you in the face with like the sweet and saltiness of it. I had to eat a ton of it after he had a baby. That tracks. First Simeon, it's all good. I will talk to you later. Thank you again for dropping by. Have a nice day, just as my hero says. Thank you so much. But yeah, like this is made from rice, right? So it's like, if you ever had like rice vinegar and the way that that's vinegary, take that, except like ferment and age the crap out of it, right? Like even further. Like I want to say you can get Xinjiang vinegar that's as far as like 10 plus years. You can get very, very expensive. But like this is a pretty standard bottle you'll see in most grocery stores. You know, might have to find an Asian grocer or something like that. But this is definitely like the most affordable version of it, right? That will do you just fine. You also notice it's like, just look how dark that is, right? Like it is, it looks like soy sauce almost because it's so dark, right? It's like the port of the vinegar world. I don't know if I go that far. Port is like, it's like a slap in the face because it's so concentrated, right? Like, at least when you open a bottle of Shinkang vinegar, like, it's not like, it doesn't fill the room full of that smell, right? You take a whiff of it, you'll notice it, obviously, like, from the bottle, but it's not gonna, like, it doesn't, like, fill the room, right? But yeah, try it maybe somewhere if you can before you buy it, I would say, right? Because the last thing you want is you buy a bottle and it just kind of sits in your cupboard and you don't know what to do with it. But if you're making Dan Dan noodles, let's go back here. So he's making a sauce, right? So it's got the soy sauce, the vinegar, chili oil. Grab some of this pickled radish, you know, not a traditional ingredient, but again, you put whatever you want in it if you got it, right? The pickledness of, you know, whatever those items are, just don't use like real, like actual, like cucumber pickles. But, you know, anything in there that just gives it some texture and crunch, right? Frying up a little pork. Again, you can skip this as well if you don't want meat in yours, right? A little tossy toss with the sauce. That looks like some more cooking wine, which entirely optional. You don't have to do that if you don't want. Kenji using the smallest pot I've ever seen to boil some rice noodles, which is fine. That looks like maybe some... I don't know what that is. Looks like maybe some spinach, possibly? Yeah, it looks like spinach to me, I think. It's big. It's like thick. Those are like thick trunks. It's thick trunks for a spinach, but some kind of green, leafy green. Anything you want. A little more chili oil. Finish some green onion. You're good to go. I think that's pretty much it. Looks good to me. Right? He made a lot of sauce. I would say arguably that's too much sauce. I'd eat it. That's like a late, that's an involved late night, you know? I'd make that for dinner, right? Pretty easily. I absolutely would. Here's like a... Just had ramen. Yeah. I would personally use a lot less sauce than that. But it's like, that's the other thing too that's actually modifiable with Dan Dan noodles. Like, you can have as much or as little sauce as you want. I've seen the another very popular video for Dan Dan noodles. Chinese Cooking Demystified. Very popular channel. Yeah, Saturn, you're same, right? I'm not making a snack that uses 2 pots either, right? If I'm doing that, that's dinner, right? That's dinner at that point. But it's like, you like, if it was me, if I was doing what he did, right? I would have just used some prepackaged noodle, right? That wasn't dry, right? So if it was me, I would probably do that with like some frozen udon. Like frozen udon, it's already cooked, right? So all you can do, like, you don't really even need to defrost frozen udon. Like, I'll pull this video back up again. What was it? Shoot. Let's go back. At this stage here, so like, I know he's boiling his water, so I wouldn't do that, right? Skip that. Instead, here, at this point here, I would boil the noodles in my wok, right? So I would start this whole process off, boil some water in my wok, right? And then I'd put my noodles in there, dry or frozen, whatever, right? Frozen would just be quicker because you just got to flash it and then you're good to go, right? So like, get your noodles done here. Once it's done, get a strainer or or not even, you don't even have to strain it. Like, just pour the water out in the sink and then like keep your noodles in. It's fine if it stays a little wet because a little bit of moisture with your noodles is fine, right? But it's like, just, you know, I would like, what I do is like, I just use some chopsticks. I just hold the noodles back in my wok and then I just kind of like pour the water, right? It saves me from having to like clean a strainer or anything like this too, right? Because I get it. You're making it late night, or even if I'm making for dinner, right? I'll be very honest. I don't want to have to clean a separate pot, let alone a strainer, right? You're basically, it's the same thing. So it's like, empty out the water as much as you can, right? Put it into literally the bowl I'm going to eat in, or dish, whatever you want, right? Put the noodles aside. Then from there, you know, heat up some oil, do the process of, you know, doing your sauce and your meat, so forth, right? Throwing it all together. Literally just, you know, put the noodles, put the sauce on top of the noodles. Or traditionally, yes, you're supposed to have the sauce on the bottom. But who cares? It's just for you, right? Just for you. And that way, all you've used is like your wok. I mean, you gotta like, you know, clean the bowl you're eating in, right? And like the cutting board maybe that you use. And you're good to go, right? That's how I would do it. Because I have to clean more than that. Like, forget it. Then it's too serious. How's it going, Ganj? The sauce is a switch. I mean, yeah. It'll mix it up however you want, right? It's happy to be on top. It's happy on the bottom. Like a powerful bottom, one could even say. I would say so. I would say so. In my opinion. Okay? Anyways, here's the actual video that I think is quite good, as I was going to get to.
Today we're making a classic Sichuan street snack, Dan Dan Noodles. Always a favorite. Can't
this
go
is
wrong
maybe
with fresh
the
noodles
most
with a meat topping sitting
traditional
in a spicy
method
chili
of
oil
preparation.
Sauce. So you've got some flexibility with the noodles, and every stall will have their own toppings.
Yeah.
But the one critical constant to a great Dan Dan noodle is the sauce.
Right.
To make the sauce, you need to start with a good quality homemade chili oil.
No, you don't.
And if
I do not agree with that. You can definitely just go buy some chili oil and go nuts with it. Will a good homemade chili oil do you right? Absolutely. Right? Who's got the time to do that? I certainly don't. I don't want to do that investment. Can you? Absolutely. I think you should if you want to, right? Can you just go buy some, you know, Logama and then be happy? Absolutely, right? Absolutely. The only thing I would say is like, you could use chili crisp if you want, because a lot of people have jars of chili crisp now because, you know, the whole fad of it, blah, 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 right? But if you are going to do a store-bought chili oil, right, I would probably recommend not going chili crisp and buying there's a specific one that is also very common in most grocery stores, which will look very similar. Like here, like this actually says chili crisp on it, right? This is what people will be most familiar with, right? The one that I would say you should get, which is surprisingly hard to find images of, just because Laogan Ma chili crisp is so goddamn popular. Here we are. Chili oil with black bean. I think this is the way to go in my personal opinion, okay? The black bean adds like a little extra dimension to the chili oil, and you're not just fighting constant chili flakes in the thing, which is not necessarily what you want in your Dan Dan noodles anyways. Again, you can, right? It's also like Dan Dan Noodles are also chili crisp oil is particularly saltier than most chili oils too. Okay, so like because of that chili flake that's in there. I'm sorry, Conga Line Monkey. You can blame Tricky Banana for this one, but I also think Tricky Banana would gladly take the heat on this one, not figuratively speaking, just because we're talking about chili oil. It's not what I meant to do. Okay, but chili oil with black bean I think is quite good. Also, when you're buying like pre-jarred chili oil like this, it just means like, you know, just be more mindful of like how much sodium is in your other ingredients when you use them. My Twitch app betrayed me again. Chat was lagged. Oh no, I was typing and nothing showed up. Oh, I'm sorry, Tricky. Hopefully a refresh or something will do you right. Hopefully. But yeah, so like spicy chili crisp, you know, again, a lot of debris in there. This one as well, which is fried chili in oil. I think cooking with the one that specifically says chili, or where was it? Oh gosh, you can barely even read that. But the one that says like black bean on it, I think is particularly the way to go. So keep that in mind. Yeah, the Twitch app is not incredible.
If that's something new to you, be sure to check out our recipe video here for the oil.
However, I will say that the nice thing about making your own chili oil, which is going to be a whole other venture, which again, I don't even do, is like you can make a lot of it, right? And like
start off
kind of keep it around forever.
About a half a teaspoon of Sichuan peppercorns. After about a minute or so on low heat, once they start to smell real nice, move them over to a mortar, crushing those peppercorns well until you get a fine.
I don't even do this, okay? I don't even do this. Mortar and pestles, incredible devices. I have one, right? This is too much work for me already. You can just buy some pre-ground Szechuan, okay? It'll do you fine. Just sprinkle it just a little bit in, you're good to go. You might have to use a little more than normal just because it's like, you know, the fresh stuff will be incredibly potent, but Szechuan peppercorn, even pre-ground, is also still incredibly potent, right? You'll miss a little bit of like the nuttiness out of it. But if you're doing it in a pinch, I think you're going to be okay, all right? My reserve says, remember that video of them making a big vat of it that went around like a year or two ago? I think about it a lot. Yeah. How do you store that, right? That's half the problem when you're going that as ham as they are, right? I don't know how you store that much chili oil, right? My fridge can only hold so much.
Powder.
How about y'all?
We'll add those in later. Next step, add 3 tablespoons of soy sauce, 1.5 tablespoons sugar, and a teaspoon dark Chinese vinegar to a wok on low.
That makes sense.
To that mix, be sure to add in a half teaspoon of all natural purified seaweed crystals, which will really round out the sauce. We're heating this soy sauce mixture up.
That MSG is, I think, a good ingredient to add, but obviously you don't have to add it, I don't think. If you're going to be adding as many other savory elements as they're about to add here, it will be okay, in my opinion.
Just to let all that dissolve together. Now take a tablespoon of sesame paste and pour in 2 tablespoons of that soy sauce mixture.
Again, tahini, absolutely okay as well.
Powder, add in 2 tablespoons of chili oil, mix that thoroughly, and the sauce is finished.
There you go.
For
that's
the
Dan Dan
topping,
sauce,
we'll start
basically.
with some pork. Not too much, about 100 grams.
Again, so
this
like
is a lean cut of pork belly that we'll mince by hand.
He is basically mincing his own pork. Just go buy some ground pork. You'll be fine, right? If you want to do this, absolutely go nuts, right? But again, they're taking the extra step. The key thing here is marinating it, right?
Half teaspoon.
Which is the important part.
Now take that pork and mix in a 1/4 teaspoon salt, half teaspoon sugar, half teaspoon of liaojiu, aka shaoxing, and a half teaspoon of soy sauce.
Also optional, in my opinion.
Once that's mixed, add in a half teaspoon of sesame oil, toss it around, and let that marinate for about 10 minutes. To fry, first, long yo. Get that wok piping hot, shut off.
You don't have a wok, you don't have to do
oil,
this.
And give
you
it a
can
swirl
absolutely do this on a skillet, right?
Flame on low now.
Even a non-stick
Toss in a
one
couple
will be
dried
totally
seeded
fine.
chilies. We're just flavoring the oil here. So once those start to turn color, just take them out.
Don't
and
have to do
toss
this
them.
step either if you don't
Add
want.
in 3 tablespoons or so Sichuanese yatsai and fry. Yatsai is a type of Sichuanese preserved vegetable made from dried and fermented mustard greens. It's got this great mild flavor, and it's just perfect for this dish.
Again, it's good.
Once those are fragrant
If you don't
and
have
slightly
this, this is
wilted,
okay too.
up
My
your
opinion.
heat to medium-high and add in your pork together with its marinade.
There's a
Fry
lot of
for a
things here
couple
that I'm
minutes,
saying are optional,
being sure
right?
to break
Like,
apart the mince. Once it's changing color, add in a half tablespoon of liaojiu, pouring it over the spatula and around the sides of the wok. Then, do the same thing with an equal amount of soy sauce. Mixture out and the topping is finished.
like this is a lot of like I'm making something, setting aside, making something and set it aside. It's a lot of steps, right? Like, yes, is it going to be good in the end? Absolutely, right? But like, gosh, the cops are here. I don't know if y'all can hear that. I'm gonna like lose my Chinese person card because I'm talking crap about too much preparation on Dan Dan Noodles. It's like, ultimately speaking, in my opinion, right? Like, if I want to make something quick, I want to know how to make something quick, right? Make it with the least amount of friction possible, right? Because if I want that thing, I want that thing, right? But if I don't have the time for it, I'm not going to do all these steps. There's no way, right? Just in terms of like being able to keep things on hand, whether it's homemade chili oil, like I'm not doing that, right? Or if people don't have access to things, right? Like, you know, the pickled mustard greens, like that they have, or the preserved mustard greens specifically that they have, right? Or not having, you know, chinkang black vinegar, like I would call that a necessary ingredient, right? Like something I wish that they did here. Like I get like the purpose of a lot of this YouTube channel of Chinese Cooking Demystified is like to show people like very traditional methods and blah, 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 right? And then doing like explainer videos on it. So it's like, that's great. But these are not videos that are for like beginners, right? They're not going to be very beginner friendly.
Now, before we get to the noodles, just start prepping your bowl.
Which is why
Take
like
a good spoonful or two of
recipe
your sauce
development
and evenly
is so
spread it around
important
the bottom of the bowl. Your noodles
from people
are
like
gonna
Kenji
rest
and
on
stuff,
top
right?
of this. For our noodles, we're using shengmian or raw noodles. We just got these from the market, but feel free to sub in whatever similar noodles you got handy.
Yeah.
Once those noodles are cooked, about 3 minutes for this type of noodle, take them out and run them under
Could you
cold water
hypothetically do
or
this with
toss
just
in an ice bath
spaghetti
to
pasta?
stop the cooking process.
I ain't gonna stop
now,
you.
You could totally just
Rice
throw
noodles
these
are a little
into
bit
a
nicer
bowl
though,
now,
in my opinion.
but we got YouTube thumbnails to make, so Steph's using the restaurant technique of carefully laying down the noodles in a back and forth pattern to make everything all pretty. Toss a couple generous spoonfuls of the meat mixture on top. Add an extra spoon or two of the chili oil around the sides. Garnish with some green onion and devour.
That looks great.
I hope you give this a try. Check out the red link
channel
in
only.
the description box for a detailed recipe and subscribe for more Chinese cooking videos.
The key thing about this dish is that like you're making like a really thick, bold sauce on the bottom, right? Power bottom garnish. You're making that thick, bold sauce on the bottom, and then the moisture from the noodles that you're laying on top is what's gonna like basically let you liquidate some of that sauce, or like, you know, bring more liquid into that sauce to like mix it up into something that's a little more coatable to your noodles, right? Which is why, like, you know, that one frame where she was eating, it was like the entire bowl went red basically after, right? That's the hyper traditional method. I think that's great. I don't think that's accessible to most people, right? I would go over Lan Lam's America's Test Kitchen video, but it's fairly long. But it's like, go check that one out. I think that one is much more accessible, and she does a really good job of explaining the difference between like, hey, these are some like really traditional cool ingredients that if you can find them, absolutely seek them out. But if you can't find them, it's okay. But here's the key ones that you want, which in my opinion is the black vinegar, soy sauce, some kind of nuttiness ingredient, whether that means sesame paste, which I think would be the most flavorful way to go. But if you don't have that, that's fine. Crush some peanuts. That will do you okay. That's what Kenji does in this video here.
Hey everyone, this is Kenji. I'm at my restaurant. What I like to do is put them into a little container of soy sauce, and then you get some nice ginger.
Where he does it. And here he's crushing some ginger and some garlic together.
So you see, I kind of prefer. I'm sorry, this is a little marble mortar and pestle.
Let me find where does peanuts. See there, he's got like cooking wine, which again is optional. Soy sauce, chicken vinegar. Good to go.
What I do is I take a little paper towel.
Oh, he's doing long yao, which you don't have to worry about.
Break up that pork.
Let's go to this process. It's fine. You have cooking wine? Okay, sure.
Next, the
Chinese
next
cooking wine
is
is pretty interesting.
Yakai, which is pickled mustard
I never grew
root.
up with it.
You can get this online. You can
Personally
find it in
speaking,
most Chinese
so like,
grocery stores, and if you can't,
that's why I never use it
I
myself.
found is actually sauerkraut, finely chopped sauerkraut.
Yeah,
it's a pretty similar flavor. So this is pickled.
Sorry, let me back that
up. The next ingredient is this yakai, which is pickled mustard root. You can get this online. You can find it in most Chinese grocery stores, and if you can't, the next best thing I've found is actually sauerkraut. Finely chopped sauerkraut. It's a pretty similar flavor. So this is pickled mustard stem, fermented
sauerkraut in your Dan Dan Noodles. Hell yeah! See, this is why I love Kenji, right? Like, he's such a good recipe developer that like he'll be like, hey, if you have this, that's fine. Or if you don't have this, like, hey, check this thing out. It's a great substitute. Because like people always ask for substitutes when it comes to recipes, right? Because it's like, again, just access for some stuff is going to be hard, you know, for some people, especially like, you know, if you live in the middle of the country or something like that, where maybe not a whole lot of Asian people might be, right? So.
Sauerkraut, or a mixture of sauerkraut and very finely chopped olives, will kind of get you that similar sort of salty, fermented profile.
Again, two-potter.
All right, our noodles are almost done.
Panther, I would never
Topping
drag you
is
for saying
done.
that. I just saw that now.
Oh man, that smell, that pickly smell. That's what it's about. Okay, so our noodles I think are close to done. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get a little splash of that pasta water.
Yeah, there you go. Pasta water, tricky banana. Pasta water. It's always that pasta water. Hell, I even use udon pasta water sometimes to make my noodles like nice and thick and creamy with sauce, right? So see, like, he's just like, traditionally speaking, you wouldn't do this step, right? But as if you remember from like, yeah, the udon juice. That sounds really funny to say, udon juice. It's just, you know, starch that comes off the noodles when you boil them, right? Even frozen noodles will do that, which is incredible, right? So like what I do is, like I said before, right? I'll take my wok, right? Boil a little bit of water in there, which doesn't take long because in a wok, it's really quick, right? It's a lot of surface area. So like I turn up my heat all the way on full, boil that water, throw my udon in there. I don't use a ton of water, right? Like in here, like Kenji's using obviously a lot of water here for his noodles. For me, especially if I'm just making a single serving, or, you know, if you're making two, that's cool too. You want just enough water just so you can like submerge the water level to the level of your noodles, right? So it's like if you have too much water, essentially what's going to happen is your udon juice or pasta water or whatever you want to call it, right, is going to be too diluted, right? Because you use so much water to boil the noodles. So if you use like you want to use just enough water so that if the noodles are going to be like soaking up some of that moisture, that you still have just enough water in there so that obviously it doesn't scorch, right? So you don't want to boil off all the water either, right? But you want just enough so that it's like you can get a nice concentrate of the starch that comes off the noodles, and you can use that to like thicken a sauce. Or in my case, right, I evaporate enough water off so that all that starchy udon juice, as Tricky Banana says, is the water I use to make my sauce. So then I don't even like transfer my noodles to another like cooking surface, right? So like in my wok, obviously if you have a skillet, this will be a little bit harder, but you can do it technically in a skillet too. But it's like, it'd just be a little bit harder because it's obviously so shallow. Basically in my wok, I have just enough water with my, boiled cooked noodles. And then I just take all these sauce ingredients and the meat that's already in, like I've already like stir fried outside of it and then just set aside. I just throw it literally on top of my noodles because that's where the water is already, right? So that's going to do naturally what Kenji is doing here with mixing his pasta water on the side just to like, make more sauce out of the thickened sauce that he had, right? So I can like skip this step completely and keep it all into a single pot.
I almost think I could use more vinegar.
So it's like, it just simplifies the cooking process a lot for me personally, and that's how I like to do it, right? Again, just makes cleanup easier. It makes the meal happen a lot faster too, right?
So if you want, at this point, you can also add some greens to the water and let them kind of wilt down. Spinach is great, bok choy, baby bok choy, even kale, any kind of green. And you don't have to make any of that look pretty, by the way.
Nope.
All right, now we take our pork and pickled mustard mixture. This is like a street food, it's normally you wouldn't get quite this much of the topping, but I like the topping, so I'm putting extra topping.
Yeah, why not? Make it the way you want it, right?
Green onions, I'm going to put a little extra of the Sichuan peppercorn for that numbing effect.
Some of those peanuts.
Peanuts.
Hell yeah.
I'm going to throw in a little chopped cilantro.
Keep it nice and fresh, right? I think a lot of people miss this step, which I understand, right? You don't always have like fresh herbs ready to go, but
and finally,
I think it makes it nice.
Oh, my chili. There you go.
Makes it nice for cameras. I'll tell you that much, right? If I want to make something look good on a camera,
a little extra chili oil,
and your stir fry is very brown, right? You just got to throw something green on top.
Oh man, I just realized I don't have any chopsticks here.
It's like something that's a little bit green, right? And maybe like some chili flake for contrast. It's going to look good on Instagram, right?
So what am I going to do? I guess I'll just use a fork. I'm going to go grab a fork.
Anyways, let's go to the end product, shall we? There it is. Looks good, right? That looks like a very...
I always make like a huge mess in these videos. I'm not
like a solid meal.
Messy. It's just, I don't know, when you're on camera,
it's a lot of sauce.
You get nervous. Or at least I get nervous. Maybe you don't get nervous. I get nervous.
Looks great. I'd eat it, right? But yeah, that's Dan Dan Noodles. I think the key thing is just like, hey, if you got the key ingredients, which again, the vinegar, some soy sauce, which, almost everyone has. First one would be harder to find, but I'm sure you could buy that bottle that I showed earlier on it's like, you should be able to find this almost everywhere. If not, even on Amazon or something, I'm sure, right? You don't have to buy the nice stuff, right? Start with this if you've never bought it before, right? Buy like a small bottle even if you can, right? See how you like it. You can also, again, use this for other things too, other than Dan Dan Noodles. I particularly like putting a small splash of it into dipping pot stickers or dumplings or wontons, whatever have you, right? It's like for me, the classic dumpling dipping sauce for me is 1 part. No, I'll go less than that actually. I would probably go 1 part soy sauce, right? Hold on. I'm gonna say these measurements. Okay, 1 part soy sauce, right? 1 part rice vinegar, 1/4 part of this black vinegar, and then sriracha to taste, right? Or alternatively, instead of sriracha, if you don't have any or something like that, it's just commonly found, right? One spoon of chili oil, right? Which can be chili crisp if you want, in my opinion. And you're good to go, right? You just need enough to make it for 1 serving or something like that. I would eye the vinegars, TBH. Yeah. And this stuff lasts forever at a pantry. So if you feel nervous about just having this thing be in your cupboard for too long, there's no expiration date on it, right? So you should be okay. Much like soy sauce, in my opinion. Anyways, that's Dan Dan Noodles. If you have any questions about Dan Dan Noodles, you know where to find me. Let's look at another kind of noodle, shall we? In my opinion, that I think is also another Kenji special that I think would trick a banana. We are going into pasta territory again. But stay with me on this one, please. The last one I know was very difficult. Okay. As pasta gets. But what if I was to tell you this one, soy sauce bottle says refrigerator after opening? That may be because the soy sauce you have is seasoned soy sauce. Maybe. Most soy sauce you can just keep in just a pantry, right? I do. But if you have a seasoned soy sauce that has more things in it than just plain light soy sauce, that's probably why it says keep it in the fridge. So, because it's got other kinds of sugars and blah 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 and stuff in it. Which seasoned soy sauce versus just plain soy sauce, that's a whole other thing. But we're not going to get into that right now. Let's look for this, shall we? NYT Cooking. A great YouTube channel, in my opinion. Garlic noodles. Pastagate. Yeah, soy sauce is just too salty to go bad, right? If you have seasoned soy sauce because it has extra additives in it, right? It's not that it can go bad. It just the taste of it will change, right? Which is why you keep it in the fridge. So let's look at this together. This is Kenji's Vietnamese American Garlic Noodles.
Hey everyone, this is Kenji López-Alt, and today we're going to make some Vietnamese American San Francisco style garlic noodles.
Ooh. San Francisco style.
I first had this dish in 2014 at a restaurant in the Outer Sunset called Tan Long, which is actually where the dish was invented. So it's not a Vietnamese dish. It's a dish that was invented, in fact, in the US in San Francisco.
Hey.
The story goes that Helene An, who was the owner of the restaurant, traveled to a restaurant in Nob Hill, an Italian area, and she had a bowl of garlic spaghetti, which she thought was bland. And so she decided that she wanted to take some of the ideas from the garlic spaghetti, apply some of her flavors, some of those Vietnamese flavors, and come up with a new dish that would be appealing both to her regular customers and also hopefully draw in some new customers. So it's got soy sauce, fish sauce, oyster sauce, butter, and Parmesan cheese.
Butter?
So the combination sounds
and Parmesan
a little strange,
cheese?
but when you get it all mixed up into a single bowl, it's really incredible. The dish has a lot of garlic, and I mean a lot. There's 20 cloves of garlic for 4 servings, so it's a lot of
20 cloves of garlic for 4 servings. Okay. For 4. He said, it's that's a bit sneaky. Once you said for 4 servings, it's okay. It's don't get me wrong, 20 cloves of garlic for what I would call a batch cook for the week, right? that sounds like a lot, but like that's a lot of pasta, right? So it's not as bad as you think. Okay.
Garlic in there. The way we cook it down and the way we emulsify it into the sauce makes it a little bit milder than it seems, but it is definitely a dish for garlic lovers.
Yeah.
First thing I'm gonna do is start with some water, and I'm putting this in a skillet as opposed to a deep pot, which I'll explain in a little bit when we're actually cooking the pasta, but first thing I'm gonna get this going to a boil. At Ten Long, they use fresh wheat noodles. I like to make this dish at home with spaghetti because I find it to be, well, first of all, I always have dried spaghetti at home and I rarely have fresh wheat noodles. And I also sort of like the nod to the more sort of Italian and Italian-American traditions. So using dried spaghetti works really well for this dish. Right.
Tricky Banana, 20 cloves, I know it seems like a lot. If you want to use like 10, I'm sure you'll be okay. Also, again, he mentions he likes using dry spaghetti because it's very on theme with the fusionness of this dish, which I agree. If you don't want to use dry spaghetti, you don't have to use dry spaghetti, right? You can absolutely use this with like another kind of slightly more hearty kind of like Asian pasta, right? Like I think rice noodles would be really good with this dish, but you'd have to change a lot of things about this dish preparation as a result. So I'm not going to cover that right now. We'll go along with Kenji's dish as is. But like, remember, like rice noodles, even if you buy them in dry form, right? Like they cook almost instantly, right? You don't got to worry about things being like al dente, right? It's just they're cooked. They're good to go. You basically flash them and they're good to go, right? So like preparing this separately from the way he prepares this garlic buttery sauce and the way it kind of comes together will be significantly different. But yes, rice noodles are double S tier. I would even say God tier for sure. Okay, I know you don't like other kinds of pasta, but let's just keep this in mind. So let's keep going.
All right, and while that comes to a boil, I'm gonna start working with my garlic. So 20 cloves of garlic. There's a number of ways you can prepare your garlic, and sort of depending on how you prepare it, you get different flavors out of it. So garlic, the flavor that we strongly associate with garlic, sort of the pungent, spicy stuff, those flavors don't exist in raw garlic. They only exist once you cut open garlic cells. These precursor chemicals come out and combine and form those flavor compounds that give garlic its sort of heat. And so depending on how you cut the garlic, you're going to form more or less of those compounds. Also, the more cells you rupture when you're preparing your garlic, the stronger that flavor is going to be. And so in order to sort of get the maximum amount of garlic flavor, I like to use a mortar and pestle because a mortar and pestle crushes as opposed to simply sort of shears apart cells. It's like when Godzilla comes and steps on the shipping yard and crushes all those containers and really releases everything. So you get much more flavor.
As my chat knows, I may know a thing or two about Godzilla. So yes, that is true. I think something that's really key here is you don't actually... So like, again, Kenji likes using a mortar and pestle. You don't have to have a mortar and pestle to do this, obviously, right? It's like, I don't recommend... I don't think he messages or says it here. Do not use pre-cut, like jarred crushed jarred garlic or anything like this. Use fresh garlic for this, obviously, right? Like garlic is the star of this. My ears are, because I was in Godzilla. It's like running into the room and typing frantically on a keyboard. Yes, Trick Banana using your fists because apparently I've seen your muscles today. It's like, look, I would not want to get in the way of that garlic. I understand, but don't use jarred garlic for this, okay? Or jarlic, as I like to call it. Don't use jarlic, okay? If you love your mortar and pestle, absolutely go for it. In my opinion, like, you can do this with a knife. Don't chop. Oh, so like chop the ends, right? Like as Kenji just did here, right? Get rid of that the stem. Obviously, there is a knife technique you can do to crush your garlic. Like, obviously, aside from just like putting the knife blade flat and then just going bop with your hand, again with your fist, as Tricky Banana says, or palm, whatever you prefer, right? What I like to do is, so you smash it once with the knife, right? Or the knife blade, you hold it flat, right? On the garlic, on the clove, smash it, right? Then, like, smash it as much as you can, obviously, right? So it's flat enough. give it a fine chop, right? Not too like wild. You don't have to get super exact. Just give it a fine chop so it's like, as, smashed up as it can be. And then from there, collect it up a little bit into like a small mound, right? And then smash it some more with the side of your blade, right? With the side of a kitchen knife. Or if you have a cleaver, this works really great. Obviously Chinese people love using cleavers for this kind of stuff. But if you take your side of your knife, the trick is like, you actually don't want to use like the full flat blade of your knife here. You actually, what you do is in that small mound, okay? It's like, once you smash it like flat, you want to, if this is my knife, okay, and then this is obviously the cutting board right here, right? If you angle your knife slightly, so like if this is the knife blade on this end here, okay? If this is flat like this, turn your knife blade inwards just a hair. Not too much, right? You're not going to be like, at a 45-degree angle or something. It's like literally just turn the blade maybe like 1 degree or so, right? Just enough so that that inside of the blade is actually touching the mound of the garlic, and then smash the blade and slowly move your knife edge across the mound of the garlic. And what that's going to do is you're smashing that bladed end into the garlic mound, and you can get a similar kind of crushing effect to it. And it's going to help, like, it's almost like the way you would make like a paste with your knife, basically, right? Because that's essentially what you're doing, is you're trying to break down the garlic in a way. Like smashing with a mortar pestle is great, obviously, right? And it's like, it will really pulverize the crap out of it. But the idea is you're making a paste. Then all you need to do with your knife, after you've like mashed across the full mound as much as you can, like with your cutting board surface, just recollect it again, right? Into another similar mound as possible, and just go over it again, right? That's what I do. And I do that on my cutting board with a knife. If you have a really nice knife, be careful with this, because you don't want to damage your knife. Obviously, banging your knife into the side of a cutting board, especially if you have one that's like, don't get me started on cutting boards, but if you have like a compound cutting board, or if you have a bamboo cutting board, or like, ones that are made out of like, they almost look like rocks, right? Don't use a cutting board like that. Use a plastic board, right? Or if you have like an actual like real wooden board that isn't bamboo or something like that. The reason I say that is because a cutting board that is too hard, which is usually made of compound materials or bamboo, they can ruin your knife, right? And I don't want you to do that if you have really nice knives. If you don't care, then fine, go nuts, right? But it's like, you can smash garlic pretty efficiently with just a knife as well. You're just not cutting into it. You're just using the very slight 1 degree turn that I mentioned of the blade into the mound to smash the crap out of it as you move along. And like, it's almost like you're, and then like, even after you get to a certain point, you can actually scrape the knife to like make garlic into a nice fine paste as well. But anyways,
Don't
get me started on knife technique. That'll be a whole other class.
With a knife. So I'm going to roughly chop those garlic cloves just to get them started. Add a little pinch of salt. The salt does a couple things. Early on in the process, it acts as an abrasive, so it really helps the garlic kind of grind down.
I think most people know how to use the mortar pestle.
And eventually, as that salt, some kind of chunks in there. So now butter. We don't want the butter to brown though. We just want to kind of melt it. We're going for sort of that milder cooked garlic flavor that is not yet to the point where it's sort of browning or really developing any of those darker flavors. Oh man, that's pungent. Yeah, we're gonna let it soften and cook. Oh, and by the way, once you get it pounded in the mortar and pestle, those really stronger, the kind, what are called the lacrimators, the things that get into your eyes and get into the back of your nose, those flavor compounds will start to develop relatively rapidly. So you do want to make sure that you pound the garlic just before you start using it. Otherwise, it'll start to get a little bit too strong. This is also one of those situations where if you go to the farmer's market and you find that really nice garlic, the really nice fresh garlic, or some kind of special variety of garlic that you want to try out, this is a great dish to do that with. All right, so our water's coming up to a boil. I'm not going to season it as heavily with salt as I would if I had like a big pot, because What's going to happen is this pasta water is going to get sort of very concentrated.
Pasta water, here we go again.
Our sauce later on. There's already
again. He's mentioning the thing about having it be concentrated. Like you can use even less water in this that's in the skillet. It's a good way to again make concentrated pasta water. So it's like really, really starchy water, right? Which is obviously going to help the dish come together and be really silky smooth in the end.
A bunch of other salty ingredients going into the sauce, so we don't want to put too much salt in that water. All right, so I think at this point our garlic is like on the verge of starting to brown, which I don't want to happen, so I'm going to lower the heat and I'm going to start adding my sauces. So soy sauce, fish sauce, and oyster sauce.
Hell yeah.
So these three sauces, all of them are sort of, you know, what I have referred to as umami bombs. So it's a big umami party in here. So the reason I'm cooking this spaghetti in a smaller skillet as opposed to a big pot, you can see it already. The water is starting to get kind of cloudy and starchy, and that's all starch that's being boiled off from the pasta itself. That starchy pasta water obviously is going to help our sauce emulsify later on and make it really nice and creamy, so that all the spaghetti gets coated really well in that sauce.
There is a way to do this without worrying about pasta water. If you have pre-made, like if you have pasta that's already been cooked, right, and it's good to go and just sitting in your fridge, you can absolutely do this with a cornstarch slurry later on, right? Instead of using pasta water. Cornstarch slurry, if you're not aware, right? What they call you know, in Mandarin and Chinese, they call it zhe, right? But it's like, all it is just, you know, take like a small spoon of some cornstarch or potato starch if you prefer, or tapioca powder, right? Mix it with just a 1-to-1 ratio of water. Mix up with your finger or chopstick, whatever you got, right? And then you pour that into a dish to like thicken it up, right? You wouldn't do it now, obviously, right? But closer to the end preparation of a dish, you can absolutely do that and then use any other pasta you want. You don't have to use dry spaghetti. You don't have to use, you know, you can use bow ties for all I care. But if you have literally any other pasta, right, where you don't have pasta water by the end of it or something, or if you just literally have, you know, some udon in your fridge, some leftover udon or frozen udon even, or whatever have you, you can absolutely do this process later to thicken the sauce and bring it together. So
if you were to boil this in a very big pot, you end up diluting that starch, so it doesn't work as effectively. I used to work in an Italian restaurant. You know, at the beginning of service, when the water was completely fresh, it was really hard.
Oh, possum water? What did you... It says saying pasta water? Tricky banana. That might be a bridge too far.
To get pasta sauces to emulsify properly. And then over the course of the evening, as you were cooking, you know, use the same water to cook pasta, so it would get starchier and starchier and starchier. And so the pasta dishes would actually get better as the night went on. So if you got a late reservation at an Italian restaurant, you're probably getting better pasta than if you got that first reservation. You know, the one thing when you cook in a skillet like this as opposed to a big pot, you do have to stir it a little bit more, because at the very start especially, there's a chance that, you know, the surface starch on the pasta is going to get it all to stick together. So you want to make sure that those strands of spaghetti are separated from each other. So we're going for shy of al dente, which means we want the pasta to be tender but still have more than a little bite in the center. So the very center of it should actually taste a little bit undercooked.
Right.
I'm not going to drain the pasta. I'm just going to lift it with tongs, and whatever water sort of comes with it stays with it. I'm going to keep the skillet of pasta water on the side just to adjust things as I go. It's always a good idea to reserve that pasta water, because there's nothing better for sort of adjusting the consistency of your sauce at the end. Once you get the pasta in your skillet like this, it kind of enters what my friend and colleague Daniel Gritzer over at Serious Eats, he calls it pasta bullet time, where essentially once you get it into the sauce, it cooks slower than it would in just the plain water, mainly because there's acid in the sauce, and so the way the pasta absorbs water, the way the starch cooks is a little bit slower and a little bit different. So even though in here it probably would have been done in about a minute, we now probably have like 2 or 3 minutes to get it done in here. So it buys you a little bit of time. All right, so I can hear kind of sizzling, which tells me that there's not enough water in there. That sizzling is the sound of frying, which indicates that the water...
The other thing I would note, it's like, I'm sure Kenji knows what he's doing, it's fine, but just maybe didn't show it on camera. When you have pasta water that's been sitting on the side for a while, right? Like, so if I was boiling pasta in a big pot, or in this case, in this skillet that Kenji has, right? Those starches will fall to the bottom of your pasta water, right? So if you just like take a ladle to it or a spoon or something, and you're only taking like what's up top, you're not going to get a lot of that starch, okay? It's like, I've never seen anyone mention this, which I find astonishing personally, but like, give your pasta water a little bit of a stir, just so you're like, you're kicking up the stuff that's on the bottom, which is all the starch that is basically what you want out of that water. Give it a couple stirs, right? Mix it up, or pull the ladle from the bottom as much as you can, right? And then pour that into your pasta to finish your dish, because otherwise you're just getting water. You're not getting enough of that starch.
It has boiled off a little too much. So you want to hear more of like a sputtering as opposed to a sizzle. We don't want to fry the spaghetti. We want to get it nice and creamy. I'm doing this at the highest heat, by the way, because we want to sort of encourage real rapid boiling, because that also is going to help with the emulsification.
Notice he hasn't thrown cheese in yet. We'll get to that soon.
All right, so we are now basically at al dente, which means this is done.
So like noodles are done,
actually
right?
Slightly looser in the pan.
No more al dente.
I want to serve it, because as it cools, it's going to thicken up a bit. And of course, in the time that it takes to get that pasta to the table, it's also going to absorb some of that liquid. But you can see here how nice and sort of creamy this sauce has become. And that's just from all the starch in the pasta. All right, so at the very end,
here we go.
We're going to shut off the heat.
Heat off.
We'll add our cheese.
And then cheese, just like I said the other day.
Add some scallions. Scallions are totally optional. I think typically not even in the dish at the restaurant, but I like them. Another thing I like to add here is any kind of sort of salted, preserved fish eggs. I like to do it with mentaiko, so Japanese salted pollock roe.
That's
you could
fancy.
also do it with something like shaved botarga. You could do it with like flying fish roe. I think fish eggs go really nicely in this. All right.
I would not also mind some bonito flakes if you have some. Maybe a slightly harder ingredient to find for some people. I'm pretty lucky. I actually live like pretty close to a fishmonger where I live. So it's like, I literally have like a 5-minute jaunt. I can get like really nice bonito flake from them. It's like, it's just a nice thing to like sprinkle on top, and they kind of like wilt right onto your dish, or even like finish dish with it. Wonderful, wonderful stuff.
So we're just going to give it a few turns until that cheese is distributed and everything's nice and creamy.
Yeah,
so what you want to see is this sort of creamy texture of the sauce clinging to the spaghetti. You don't want to see it watery. You don't want to see your spaghetti kind of just pull up loose.
Be careful how much you add.
You want it to really cling to there, and I think we're at that point.
It doesn't look like much when you look at the dish at the end,
right?
Right?
So this is it.
I guarantee
I added the cheese off heat, by the way. The cheese and the scallions off heat. The cheese is really sort of the more important part to do off heat. If you add it while it's on the heat, you sort of increase the chance that the cheese is going to clump up and turn into sort of like a congealed ball of Parmesan instead of staying creamy and emulsified. The amount of pasta water we had in here and the starchiness of that pasta water really goes a long way in making sure that doesn't happen, but it's still a risk, and so to mitigate that risk, you always add the cheese off heat and toss it in. I like to see the garlic clinging to it like that.
That's my man.
Super garlicky, really umami. I mean, it has like all the things that you want out of like garlic spaghetti. It has a little bit of that sort of like cacio e pepe, real intense sort of cheesiness to it, umami flavor. That's a good bowl of noodles.
Again, you don't have to use dry pasta for this, right? Yeah, he name dropped it. It's like, I do think like the process in which he dropped the pasta in, like obviously he does so.
In the center as opposed to a big pot, you can see it already.
Volume down on this a little bit. So like after he cooked those noodles here, right? So like as he's about to add the pasta here, like if you have the pre-cooked pasta, right? So if I'm doing this with say an udon, okay? It's like my udon is ready to go. I've defrosted it and it's like, I've parboiled it or I flashed it with some heat, right? Or I just have it ready to go. It can be cold even, right? And as long as it's not frozen, like I typically buy a lot of frozen udon just because it keeps longer over time, obviously. But if you have a pack of udon ready to go, it's like actually, sorry. Let me change what I was going to say on there. I was going to say if you have cold udon, I would say at least boil the udon to bring it up to heat so it's not like fridge cold, because that's going to impact the way it hits the pan. But so like if you already got some warmed up udon ready to go, okay, add that to the dish as Kenji does. Obviously, he's going to have some pasta water go with it. If you don't have the water, that's okay. All right. At that point, with the udon, if you've boiled it, right? Just take some of that boiled water in there, even if it doesn't have any pasta water or anything like that, right? Even though most udon will have some, right? If you don't have enough liquid, you just want enough liquid to like make the sauce like larger in quantity, right? Because in the pan right now, all he had was butter and garlic. So like just even like, you know, a cup of water will do you right. Just throw the cup of water right into this pan and keep it at a high heat, right? Along with your udon. If you hear it fry, add a little more water. That's all, right? As that starts to as that starts to evaporate, get your cornstarch slurry going, right? Take a little cornstarch, 1-to-1 it with like, you know, maybe like I'm gonna say like a teaspoon, just a small teaspoon, not a mounding one, right? Just an actual teaspoon of cornstarch, 1-to-1 with water in a small container, you know, mix it up a little bit. Don't drink cornstarch slurry. You don't want to do that. Drink banana. Mix it up a little bit so it's, you know, fully integrated in that container. Pour it in slowly at this point with your noodles, okay? And then mix it up. You don't need to like go even nearly as long as Kenji does here with, you know, mixing the noodles constantly because you're not finishing the noodles, right? The noodles are already done. At this point, all you're doing is finishing the sauce, make sure it's consistency you want after you add in that cornstarch slurry. You need to like, you know, cook that a little bit through. And then from there, you're done. The noodles are all mixed up, right? Then at that point, heat off, right? Sorry, before you pour the noodles. So like at this point here, right? So your sauce is ready to go. You've got it pretty much how you want. Heat off, Parmesan cheese, scallions, mix it up, you know, get it all nice and integrated. You're good to go. Even if you skip the Parmesan cheese, I guarantee you this is going to be a delightful dish. Okay. So like, even if you don't have Parmesan cheese, because, you know, you don't have any freshly grated, even if you have fake Parmesan cheese and add it in at the end, I guarantee you these noodles are going to taste good if you like garlic. Okay. If you don't like garlic, you're not going to like this, right? If you hate garlic for some reason, this is not going to be for you, right? So like, because that's literally all it is. It's garlic, butter, and some cheese. So, but again, very simple ingredients. And like, you know, most households will have garlic available for them, right? Just don't use jarlic. Okay, don't use jarred garlic for this. It's not gonna taste great. So,
clinging to it like that.
But yeah, that's garlic noodles, right?
Super garlic.
I love garlic, but my stomach dies when I eat too much of it. Yeah, understandable. It's like a lot of like, you get a lot of like acid reflux and kind of stuff like that, right? If you eat too much, I get it. The thing that's really going to tame it down with this, in my opinion, is just don't make as much as Kenji did here. This is not a single serving he's got in front of him, right? Don't get me wrong. If I made as much garlic noodles as this, I mean, I do this face probably all the time. Like, I'm literally doing it right now. My ears are... Let's give Kenji a little bit of benefit of the doubt. There we go. Don't eat this much pasta, right? You eat any amount of, like, you eat this amount of pasta of any kind, you're going to get sick, right? I'm not going to judge you because I have done this, right? But you're going to feel it after, let alone having that much garlic if you get like really bad acid reflux and stuff. So this pasta will keep in a fridge very well, right? It's like you don't have to eat it all at once, right? It's like save some for later or share it with a friend, right? Partner, whatever have you. It's like share it with someone. I think it's like, again, he made 4 servings, technically speaking, okay? You don't need to make this much garlic pasta.
Sort of cheesiness to it, umami flavor.
Another thing you can actually add to this, if it's like just too much noodle, right? Obviously, it's got some like green onion in there. That's fine. Something you can actually add in here that is quite nice, in my opinion, A little bit of bacon will go a long way, right? You know, just fry it at the end or something like that, and then just throw it in at the very end as if it was like bacon bits or something like that. I think bacon goes really nice in here. If you want to go further, right? Got some, you know, you fry up some pancetta, or yes, possibly some guanciale, right? We're getting into those realms. Again, you said it's like cacio e pepe, right? And essentially the preparation is very similar to that cacio e pepe that we saw, obviously, right? So if you know how to do those things as well, instead of doing the butter that he did, you can absolutely do the guanciale, like, you know, like fry off some of that pork fat and just use that instead of butter. This will also work incredible, in my opinion. Obviously, you know, if you want to keep it vegetarian and stuff, you can absolutely do that. If you don't have butter, you can actually, well, butter's technically not vegetarian, but I mean, especially not vegan. You can also just use olive oil instead of the butter, right? That will absolutely work too. You just have to use a little more, right? And you're good to go. Again, it's just, again, this whole thing of like incorporating all these different kind of pasta making. I don't even like to say pasta making. I mean, you're doing like pasta here, but it's like a lot of different kind of cooking techniques to modify things to taste, depending if, you know, you have meat that day, or if you don't have meat, or you can't eat meat even, right? How's it going with Del, folks? Yes, Parmer Core is back. We actually had parm in this dish. Yes, it is Kenji's Vietnamese garlic noodles. So, yeah, great stuff. Great stuff. Check this video. I'll post it in the various places that I'm in, right? Just to let people check that out. I think it's really good. All right. Did we cover Dan Dan yet? Yes, we did. Quite substantially. The thing with the Dan Dan noodles, right? Just as long as you got that black vinegar, you got some chili oil, you got either sesame paste, or tahini, or some crushed peanuts, right? Have we opened the video game yet? Asked Del Focus. Yes. Yes. I did one mission. Just one. Just one. Let's check the uptime, shall we? 2 hours! Cool! I think I've hit my food limit for today, folks. Although I did consider one more video. I did consider one. What if we just looked? What if we looked at one more? What if we looked at one more? What if we looked at one more? What if? Hey, Trick Banana, I know you don't like pasta still. So this one's for you.
There's a Brazilian soda called Guaraná. It's like a tropical fruit that doesn't really exist anywhere. I don't drink soda. I never liked soda, but I would go nuts on that. I would drink like a liter.
Shoutouts to Ham El-Waylly, obviously partner of Sola El-Waylly, originally of Bon Appetit fame, now an absolute queen, in my opinion, right? For those who may be aware, Ham is absolutely wearing oh gosh, I forgot what her name is, from the Walking Dead, the Telltale Walking Dead game. Gosh, what's her name? I've totally forgotten it. Someone in chat remind me. But that's her hat. Clementine, thank you. Good lord. Thank you, Del Focus. Thank you. That's absolutely Clementine's hat, because Ham is awesome.
It's so good. Hi, I'm Ham. Today, I'm making a Stroganoff de frango, or
I love the way you said
Brazilian-style
that.
chicken stroganoff.
This is the easiest dish in the world. I guarantee it.
When I
and
first
maybe
moved
one of the
here,
most flavorful.
I didn't really know that stroganoff existed here because I only grew up around the Brazilian style one. So stroganoff here has a lot of Russian influence. It's braised meat with mushroom and sour cream, and it's usually served over egg noodles. The
Which is great.
stroganoff I grew up around is completely different. There are hints of tomato in the sauce. They don't only make it with beef, you can make it with chicken, you can make it with shrimp. Instead of egg noodles, it serves on top of rice and then topped with potato sticks. Let's get stroganoffin'. My mom was Bolivian. but she also spent a lot of time in Brazil studying, working, and we also have an entire other wing of our family that is Brazilian. So when we moved to Doha, there wasn't a Bolivian
no
or
waifus
Latin
in this one. I'm
community
sorry.
there, but
I'm
there
sorry,
was
Ganj.
a large
I'm sorry.
Brazilian community. They
I'm
were
so sorry.
nice and completely embraced my mom as a fellow Brazilian. We'd spend weekends at big churrascos, but during the week, we'd have some variation of stroganoff because it was affordable, quick to put together, easy to make a large batch of, and no one complained. I did have one complaint. The chicken breast. When they made the stroganoff with thighs or dark meat and then really seared it well and cooked it down for a while, all that collagen broke down and it would be especially unctuous and really delicious.
Yeah.
But when you go to the breast and you treat it the same way, you like end up hammering the breast, but no longer. Now that I am older, I kind of tweak my chicken stroganoff method when I'm making it with breast to ensure that the breast stays tender and supple and moist. So we're gonna make chicken
You add more
stroganoff
fat
with chicken thighs.
That's all you gotta do.
And we're gonna make a chicken stroganoff with chicken breast.
It'll still be good.
With the chicken thigh version of the stroganoff because in this version, we start off with searing the thighs. So I've got my hot pot over medium-high heat. I'm gonna add just a splash of oil.
Just vegetable oil. That's all you need. You don't got to use anything fancy here.
Chicken thighs.
If you have olive oil, sure. But like vegetable oil is great for this.
You want to hear that nice sizzle. If you're a beginner cook, dark meat is
canola or something if you prefer
to play around with because unless you burn it, it's virtually impossible to overcook it.
Yeah.
It's so rich, it's so fatty, there's so much collagen in there. It gives you an unbelievable buffer to cooking protein. So our chicken thighs are in. I'm gonna hit it.
I would note, I have absolutely made this in a wok because of course I have.
With some salt. And then we're gonna just let that chill and cook. So I'm gonna mince my garlic.
Don't focus. I just didn't want to say the actual name for it.
Garlic mince.
Because I hate saying it. You will not catch me in public saying it.
Brown edge. I'm just gonna give it a stir. If you're looking for a nice golden brown sear on all sides.
Couldn't be me.
Don't worry about any kind of stuck bits at the bottom. Oh,
yeah, get those
stuck
stuck bits.
Baby, and it's gonna add so much flavor to our sauce. I feel like Brazilian cuisine is really slept on. Everyone knows feijoada, or at least is kind of familiar with it, but there's so many other regional dishes that are absolutely delicious. Now we're gonna dice our onions.
Just chop an onion, right? Also, if you don't have an onion, you know, like a couple...
I see my fawn's getting a little dark along the edges, so I'm gonna add some water.
That's like, just, oh my God, what can I think of them? Not onions, not garlic. The onion that's not garlic. Oh, I'm so bad at names. Why am I so bad at names? Allium types. Not garlic. What? Why is it? Why is it not even here? What's going on? Shallots. Good Lord. Yes. Thank you. Good Lord. Ugh. You people are the best. You people are my
gonna drop the
brain that I wish I had.
And then I'm gonna use that to scrape
leeks.
All
Sure. Yeah,
of
leek
that
would work here too.
No,
leek's a little too sweet. Don't use a leek
nice
for
and
this.
golden brown.
Chives
nice
or something?
Brown.
Sure.
So
like the
this
white
is
parts
pretty
of
much
green
ready to
onions.
go.
Yeah.
See the color that water turned into?
I'm an allium head.
How it's like really
I'm
viscous.
an allium head.
That's
Rise
like
up.
instant stock right there.
Shallots, absolutely. Though.
Kill the heat.
Like, you don't need as much onion.
Take all that out.
Onion's nice here because you get more
set that
volume,
aside until we
right?
need it. People really sleep on button mushrooms. Like they're always like these cooler, trendier mushrooms. Like, oh, look at these oysters. Look at these
you tell 'em,
maitake
Ham.
mushrooms. Whoa, we got a trumpet mushroom. If you slice them like a scallop and sear them, they kind of taste like them. Button mushrooms have a lot of flavor. They're super affordable.
Get a classic white
they still
button
deserve your love and
into it.
attention, and they'll still one day turn into a parasitic spore that will kill us all. So I'm just quartering them. If you got an especially
clearly
large
played Left 4
one,
Dead.
like this, you can cut it into 6.
Last
but
of Us.
keep in mind that
Again, bad with
mushroom
names.
does shrink quite a bit
Yeah,
because
get a nice
they do
cremini.
have
Those brown ones.
a very high water content.
You know,
so don't worry
Pay
about
the extra
cutting it too
50
small.
cents for it. I'll take it.
So now that our chicken thighs have been seared, everything's cut, the process from here on in is identical. I'm going to start off.
I just imagine it's like, you know how you go to like some people's houses if they're like particularly religious, you know, not even just necessarily Christian or something like that, right? There's like a small like enclave of their house where they usually have like, you know, a Mother of Mary, Jesus or something, or like a cross above it, or like, you know, if you're Buddhist, there might be like a small Buddha or who knows what. I'm just imagining in Panthera's place, they got like a small similar enclave, but it's like just a small thing of like cremini mushrooms. Maybe like, you know, a couple button mushrooms just hanging out. Or maybe like a very like stereotypical, like one of those like big, like Super Mario assed, like big red mushrooms that you just kind of like, you know, grab from outside or something like that. Bless this spore. It's like, the Holy Spirit, this shroom. Or maybe, yeah, just have a shrine to shrooms. Look, you do whatever you do in your spare time. It's up to you. I'm into it, okay? So you're not hurting anyone.
With some butter in each pan.
Love it.
And then we're going to mushroom.
Hell yeah.
Toss
See, look,
the mushroom in.
Not even giving a damn about like, you know, oh, are these gonna get browned properly? And mind you, he is doing 2 pots at the same time because he's doing one with the dark chicken and then one with the white chicken breast. So that's why he's got 2. He's not doing 2 separate. Or sorry, he's not doing a single cook with 2 pots. He's doing 2 pots for 2 different cooks. So like if you're doing this by yourself, right? Just 1 pot is all you need for this.
That butter until it's fully coated. If your pan seems a bit too hot, like mine does, just turn it down. We're going to let that cook until the mushroom releases all of its liquid. That liquid evaporates, and then it starts refrying in that butter. You're going to season with some salt. That also helps the mushrooms release all of its liquid. If at any point your pan ever feels a little bit...
Anytime someone says, like, why aren't my mushrooms browning? It just means you haven't cooked long enough. That's all it means, right? You haven't cooked long enough and you haven't evaporated all the mushroom juice out of it, okay? Sometimes you want to use that mushroom juice. Don't get me wrong, okay? That's totally fine too. If you really need your brown mushrooms, which I do recommend because it makes them nice and nutty and like that texture, right? Just keep frying them for longer. Also on top of that, yeah, the salt on top helps, you know, as Ham mentions, blah, blah, blah. Don't crowd your pan, right? It's like the pan that obviously as Ham is cooking here with. How do I go back? Here we go. Come on. Let's see if I can find it here. This is pretty crowded, okay? But also, Ham's using a professional range here as well, okay? So he can get the intense heat off it. Also, this Dutch oven style pan and also the cast iron, it's got a lot of surface area, right? So the bigger your pan is, and like I said, I do this in a wok, which is even like double the size of this surface area, right? The more surface area you have, the more evaporation can happen quicker, right? So like basically the flatter and the wider space you have, the more air will be able to be released, or sorry, the more liquid will be able to release because you have more surface area to do that with, right? If you're using a pot that's like really narrow, or a pan or a skillet that's like really small, you don't have enough surface area to get that evaporation happening with your mushrooms, right? Or for anything, if you're trying to get brownage on anything, or, you know, Maillard reaction if you prefer, right? So you need something with more surface area to get that nice browning to happen, to release the liquid from whatever it is that you're cooking.
Point your pan ever feels a little bit too hot and it's not cooling down like you'd like, just add a splash of water.
Look at him, he's adding water back into it. Like, whatever,
around
right?
the mushroom, that is perfect. That water is just coming out of the mushroom. So let that release. Take your time. This is a long process. It's a long game. You don't want to rush this stage because that mushroom flavor, specifically with the chicken breast version, is going to serve as the backbone of your entire stroganoff.
Here's the other thing about browning mushrooms, that you go to most of these videos that they sometimes don't really tell you. You can never burn a mushroom. You would have to let it... I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that. Caveat. It would take so long to burn mushrooms, okay? You can cook mushrooms for so goddamn long. Like you just, to get that brownage to happen, you just gotta let it go, right? Just let it go. Just keep on frying the crap out of it, right? You will not overcook a mushroom. Or if you did, you probably let it sit on the stove for like half a day or something, right? It's like, you can just let it sit there and fry, right? Let that water come out of there. You know, you can, My Hero Zero, I don't know if that's entirely true. I think it's like with onions, it's like you can reach a point of getting them, like, yes, they'll cook down more than they'll actually burn, right? Unless you're taking like a direct heat source to them. But I've definitely burned onion. Yeah, like I've over fried an onion for sure. But that usually is because it's in combination of like cooking oil and stuff also. Whereas opposed, if you're just like, you can't fully cook down an onion to the point it just disintegrates. That's a myth, right? You just you need to add liquid to it at that point for that to happen, and then you get French onion soup, basically, right? But it's like, ultimately speaking, with an onion, I think it does take a while, but there are more variables, right? Take some direct heat with a method like a gas burner like this. With a mushroom, you're okay. With an onion, it's like, it's a little trickier, right? It's a little trickier. And like with onions and alliums, you don't want to necessarily do that with like other kinds of alliums, like garlic, for instance, because you don't want to burn your garlic, right? I think everyone's kind of had a dish that maybe had like burned garlic in it, where then the harsh compounds of that burning like then end up getting in your dish, and that's like very bitter, right? So don't do that with that. Onions, a little more passable, but garlic, absolutely not. More fickle, yes.
Enough. Water has evaporated. We're getting some good brownage on our mushroom.
Brownage.
We're just gonna let that go for a bit longer. I'm like greedy when it comes to browning. I want as much as I can get before I get to burnt.
Hell yeah, Ham.
Look at this guy right here. Look at the browning you got on that.
Yeah,
People
look at
say
that.
You can't crowd your mushroom, otherwise you won't get a nice sear. They're liars. We got some solid brownage.
Okay. Look, I said
mushroom.
otherwise too, Ham.
So we're gonna
like,
go in with our onion.
You just gotta let it go for longer.
Our garlic, and our bay leaf.
Bay leaf optional, I would say.
Give that
But
a stir. And we're
I think
going
the bay
to cook
leaf is
this
nicer.
until the onions soften and kind of get a little brown as well.
Also, you
We're
wanna
not
make sure you
looking
pick
for
that out
full
by the end,
caramelized
so.
onion, but we just want, a
Don't,
little
like,
hit of
chop up
personality. And you always want to season in layers. So when we added our mushroom, we hit it with a little bit of salt. Now that I've added onions and garlic, which is a significant amount of volume, I'm going to season it again. It's all about seasoning in layers. If you season the sauce at the end, then your sauce will be seasoned, but your mushroom will be bland. Your onion will be bland. You want to make sure that you hit everything with a little bit of seasoning. So I'm seeing some nice brownage on my onions.
I will note one thing that I've done with this dish as well, if I didn't have any fresh garlic on hand for whatever reason, right? The same way he's talking about, like, hey, make sure every time you add something new to the pot or the pan, right? Give it another hit of salt. You could do the same thing with garlic powder, okay? Or even like granulated powder, right? They are two different things, obviously, right? You can do the same thing with garlic powder. You don't have to hit it with as much as like salt and blah, 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 blah. But like if you keep reseasoning every layer with a couple punches of garlic powder instead of fresh garlic, and which obviously you would skip the step here in terms of like putting it in, absolutely will do you fine too, okay? Just in case.
Softening up nicely. This guy needs a little bit more time, but this guy's ready. So I'm going to add my cream.
Great.
And
If you're
now when I
lactose
add my
intolerant,
cream, I want to make sure I scrape the bottom
sorry.
and sides of my pan, scrape up any potential fond that's down there. This guy's ready too. In we go with our cream. And this is the stage that I'm gonna add my protein. So in here, I'm gonna add my thighs and any liquid that I saved. And then here, we're gonna essentially poach our chicken breast. So I'm gonna season it up, give that a stir.
Salt all over the countertop.
And then we're gonna add that to our simmering cream. I'm poaching the breast because breast gets so tough, so dry, so chalky, so quickly, especially when it's diced in small bits like this. I don't want to cook it too much. I just want it to cook through, and then I'm going to be ready to serve it. And this is the best way to do it. If I were to sear the breast, by the time they're properly seared, or seared as well as the thigh like this, they're going to be hammered. For like chunks of chicken breast for the middle of the week when I'm just looking to have a quick meal, this is how I do it. We're going to add our tomato.
I would even hypothetically say, if you have leftover chicken from like making it any time, or not even just leftover chicken, if you have like, you know how you can go to like grocery store and buy those like rotisserie chickens or stuff like that, right? Just add them in at this stage too, right? Like you can absolutely do that. Tricky Banana says, I just made and ate so much bruschetta because it's maybe. I'm so sorry, Tricky Banana. I'm sure you were very hungry coming off your stream, so I totally understand. But yeah, if you just have like leftover rotisserie chicken, or just because you had a chicken dish earlier in the week or something like that, and you had that on hand, you can absolutely add leftover chicken to this, and it'll be just fine. Trigger says, there's no leftover chicken in with this goblin. Genji loves the chicken. Look, if Genji wants chicken, Genji gets chicken, right? I get it.
Our Worcestershire.
What was that? Sorry.
For like
ketchup.
Chunks of chicken
it was like ketchup and Worcestershire sauce.
I'm just looking to have a quick meal. This is how I do it. We're going to add
Is a goblin gobbler? Yeah.
Our Worcestershire.
I shouldn't say that.
I have an easier time spelling it than I do saying it. Our ketchup. Ketchup is key to a Brazilian stroganoff. Ketchup in America is just like a condiment for fries and stuff. People in other places of the world, they know how to use ketchup. Filipinos know how to use ketchup.
They sure do.
We're adding a little hit of
use ketchup as a cooking thing,
and then just
friends.
let that simmer away until
ketchup is great cooking sauce.
Fully cooked, the flavors have melded, and then we're going to give it a taste, re-season it, maybe add a little bit more Worcestershire sauce.
Don't be shamed by using
ketchup. Who knows? But we're going to give it a taste and just see what it needs. With some pepper.
Or rice, if you prefer.
Nice pinch of salt.
That's how you get this color, right? Like, it's just ketchup and heavy cream. Like, yeah, there's pepper and other, spice and stuff too. Don't get me wrong. The Worcestershire sauce helps. If you don't have Worcestershire sauce, okay, a little hit of soy sauce will go far too. Okay.
Just like a condiment for flavors have melded, and then we're going to give it a taste. Re-season it, maybe add a little bit more Worcestershire sauce, maybe add some more ketchup, who knows? So we're going to give it a taste and just see what it needs. With some pepper.
Tricky.
Nice pinch of salt.
Worcestershire.
This just smells like 14-year-old Ham's life. You know this is done when there's kind of like a little pool of fat on top and it's thickened. You see these small, vigorous bubbles. You just want to make sure all the flavors meld, but honestly, the best way to know it's done is taste it.
That looks good.
That is so good. That is so good. I don't know, Russia. Your move, because this stroganoff is pretty hard to beat. So I'm gonna kill the heat, finish it with a good amount of parsley, and now I've waited long enough. We finally taste.
Let's plate. A little bit of rice. Chicken stroganoff. And potato sticks. Look, you don't have to put potato sticks on top. Okay? You don't have to. Hey, you got potato sticks? Great. Okay? You got like a bag of like regular salted potato chips? Give maybe throw a couple chips right. I mean, just throw them on top. Looks like shoestring truck. That's basically what potato sticks are, right? But if you got like some just regular salted chips, even that on top, not gonna lie, give it a little bit of crumple if you want. But hey, I mean,
in here I have my.
I ain't gonna complain. I got a couple Lay's chips on top of my bowl of rice.
Key. This is my favorite part of the entire stroganoff experience. These thin potato sticks. So I would always top mine with a little bit and then have a sidecar of some dry potato sticks. The potato sticks that come in contact with the stroganoff, they're gonna kind of sog out. When I eat top down, I'm gonna finish off the potato sticks and then I top with fresh. So you always have crispy potato sticks. That is the key part to the eating experience. I'm gonna start with the chicken breast version. I'm gonna get my potato stick, get some chicken, get some rice. Wow, it's like taking the time machine back in time. The chicken is perfectly cooked. It's not chalky, not dry, mushroom, delicious. That gravy, incredible, coats the rice really, really nicely. And those
Tricky, I would just say, like, maybe don't use those for this dish. Although maybe, I don't know, maybe it'd be okay. It's like a lot of the potato sticks that I find around here, like they're typically like barbecue flavored. I don't know how well that may mix into this dish. You know, I would try to get like the regular ones if I can, but like maybe the ketchup flavor ones. I don't know. Maybe I'd try it. I'd be foolish not to, right?
Those potato sticks really take it home. Let's try the chicken thigh version.
Oh,
really can't go wrong. They're both incredibly delicious. The chicken thigh version is a little richer, has a little bit deeper flavor, but it's also a little bit heavier.
Incredible.
So depending on what you're going for, if you want something lighter, not as fatty, this chicken breast
that's
is
what that's what the sidecar
of them is. If you want to
well.
really go for it and have like a rich, stick to your ribs kind of satisfying stroganoff, then the thigh is the direction you want to go in. Whenever my mom made this, or whenever somebody else's mom made this, they would make it in giant quantities, and everyone would take leftovers home.
That's the other thing too with this, okay? You can make this in bulk if you really wanted. You can freeze the sauce, right? Obviously don't put the potato sticks on there and stuff like that, right? But like at this stage, right, before you plated, right, with this stuff, right? Just put it in a container, let it cool, right? And just throw it in the fridge. Or if you want, throw it in the freezer. And you're good to go. And then you got, you know, all you gotta do is either defrost it or just reheat it up. And just, you know, take your leftover steamed rice even, right? Also, or even just like, if you want to throw it on top of like leftover pasta, just as good. Just as good. Hell, I would even eat it like curry, okay? Like, there's a lot of similarities even to the prep. The heavy cream and blah, 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 right? It's like, just have a bowl of this and get some like naan bread or something and just like have a naan bread on the side and dip it in the stroganoff sauce, right? And like eat it like naan, just eat it like, you know, like Indian food. Incredible. Guaranteed.
Cook through and incredibly delicious. The chicken thigh version.
And yes, Trigger, he did say stick to your ribs.
Has a little bit deeper flavor, but it's also a little bit heavier. So depending on what you're going for, if you want something lighter, not as fatty, this chicken breast is a good direction to go in. But if you want to really go for it and have like a rich, stick to your ribs kind of satisfying stroganoff, then the thigh is the direction you want to go in. Whenever my mom made this, or whenever somebody else's mom made this, they would make it as many times as you need. Great recipe to just incorporate into your entertaining rotation, into your weeknight rotation, into your fancy weekend rotation. Yeah. It's always time to stroganoff. You can find this recipe
always time to stroganoff. Thanks, Ham. He knows
and
exactly
a bunch
what
of
he's
other
doing.
great ones. I almost said have a nice day, just like instinctive.
Thanks, Ham. Triggerman says, since you said leftover pasta, do you know if it's true that you shouldn't keep leftover rice in the fridge? I always eat leftover rice and nothing ever. I've never heard that before, Tricky Banana. Where'd you hear that one from? I think maybe you shouldn't leave leftover rice out for too long. I'll say that much, right? Like, especially if it's you've just got like some newly steamed rice and you're trying to let it cool down, obviously, right? But like FDA put out a statement about leftover rice. Is that about putting it in the fridge or just leaving it out? Because the key thing is like when you're, if you've got leftover steamed rice, or like even fried rice, I guess, right? It's like you don't want to leave out a large mound of rice, okay? Or like rice that's like clumped together from brain-eating bacteria. Yeah. I think the key thing about that is, I'll go back to the full cam for this. Turn the jazz music back on. So the reason that exists is because, remember when I talked about surface area when it came to, obviously like browning those mushrooms or whatnot? And it's like the reason why those mushrooms brown really easy is because you have a large amount of surface area, right? So it's a lot of water can evaporate at once rather than being clumped together, right? So the reason why what you're saying with leftover rice is really bad, and yes, I guess even if you put it in your fridge, it can be tricky. Not tricky banana, but can be difficult. That's what I'm saying. Yes, there is absolutely truth to what you're saying, Tricky Banana. Now that I understand the context of it a little bit better, what you should be doing, in my opinion, is if you're letting your rice cool down, right? Don't put a really big amount of it at once to cool down, right? So like, yes, you can make rice in a really large batch and then save it for the rest of the week or something, right? You absolutely should. That's what I would do. I think the key thing is like, don't have like a large container of it all at once, because the thing with rice is it's like it retains heat really easy, right? Because it's just like, you know, it's a bunch of granules of rice just packed together, right? And it's kind of like sometimes like sticking together a little bit, and like it's like if it's like it's like really hot and it's like steaming out, right? It's because what happens is the outside of the rice that is exposed to the air will start to cool down, right? That'll be the first to chill out, right? Like the top of the container or the sides of it, right? But the rice that's inside, right, underneath that outside layer will take a long time to cool down, right? And the reason it takes a long time to cool down is just because it's like really well insulated, right? Because rice is really compact, right? So the heat that's on the inside will stay warm for a long time. And because the outside of it is getting colder and colder over time, or more chill, right? It's like, that's kind of like an incubator, let alone sitting inside of a container, will act as like an incubator for bacteria. Is basically what the FDA is saying, right? And that can get bad really quick, right? So what I recommend, right, is you just need a larger container with a smaller amount of rice in it. That's all I'm saying, right? Either that or just like separate your rice out after, like, I cook mine in a rice cooker or a pot, however you do it. I'm not going to go over that today. You know me, I prefer the rice cooker, right? Separate out into separate containers, okay? Separate and flatter. Flatter is better, right? Because then it's like, again, more surface area to cool off at a time, right? So it's not as like a big bald mound of it. It's like a nice, like, flatter container of it. Will let the air dissipate out of, or let the steam and the heat dissipate out of your rice faster. And then that is much safer to put in the fridge, right? Because then the inside of that rice isn't like piping steaming hot while the outside is really cool, which will happen if it's like very much more of a bald situation. So like the containers that I use to store my rice, it's like I try to use containers that are like no taller than, say, about this, which is maybe, I'll say, an Xbox controller tall. Okay, if I was to lay that flat, yeah, no, that's a little tall. Let's say, you know, maybe the size of your hand this way. Okay, so like, you know, the horizontal tallness of your hand, right? That's as tall as I'll go to store like a container of rice. Anything deeper, like a big container like this taller or something like that, don't do that. That's what's going to like incubate the bacteria really easily, is what the FDA is saying. Okay, so just use like smaller containers and more of them to store them in the fridge, or like to keep them out before you put them in the fridge, right? Because you don't want to like have really super hot rice and then throw that directly in your fridge and ruin everything else that's in your fridge because you're dropping the temperature down. Unless you have like a really nice fridge that knows how to keep temp. That's going to be a whole other thing. But for most people, right, it's like, just store them in like, just store them in other containers and more of them. That's all it's saying. You'll be okay. Guaranteed. Or, you know, like, if you really need to, right, you can even take that take that rice that you just made. And if you're like, you know, not prepping it for like eating right away, or you're like making the stuff that you're going to keep for the week, right? Get like a baking tray or something, right? Get like a baking tray, spread the rice out on the tray, right? Into like obviously a thinner layer, right? Let that cool down. And then once it's like, you know, moderately okay, it's like, you know, not hot to touch necessarily anymore, then like scoop it up and then put in a container, throw in the fridge, you're good to go, right? That's all it is. That's all. That's really, really all it is. And yeah, then you'll be okay. That's my health tip. I'm not a health professional either. Really, caveat. Right? Don't get sick. But generally speaking, this is how I've done it. I've been okay, right? And that's generally speaking, I think what most people, most professionals would recommend, right? I'm not even looking at like direct temps and times and blah blah blah. Use your best judgment, obviously, but smaller containers and more, you'll be okay. 2-8, I ate the bacteria. I'm sure I've eaten my share of bacteria rice. Okay, I'm sure I have by accident or something like that. But generally speaking, if I'm like, you know, setting out rice to cool down or something like that, me doing it with like only anywhere between 2 to 3 cups of rice, you know, is probably fine. That's not too much rice necessarily. And I think that's most people. If you're doing like a really large batch, if you have like those really big ass zojirushis that can do like upwards of like 5 or more cups of rice at a time, you might want to tame that and definitely use the methods that I mentioned, right? But if you just, you know, obviously have anxiety about it and stuff like that, play it safe, right? And do what I said with either the baking sheet or like just any big flat tray or whatever, right? Or just get smaller containers. You'll be okay. So. Anyways. Gosh, how long have I gone for? It was like 2 hours before I looked at this video, I think. Okay, that was 40 minutes. Shit. Let's play some video games. Video games. Mecha. Y'all heard these things? Good lord. Oh, I gotta turn the volume up. Hold on. Oop, there we go. Meyer Zero says, knew a guy who would throw out perfectly fine food if it was in the fridge for more than 3 days. The frig? I mean, it depends what the food is. I sort of understand. But like, what are you... Why? Why? 3 days? That's harsh. I mean, sorry. I don't want to... I don't mean to judge. Again, food anxiety is real, right? I get it. But then it's like, you just have to learn how to more properly store the food, right? You have to learn how to, or like, the real answer there is, don't buy a lot of things that require you to store a lot of food, right? Use a freezer more, right? Do more defrosting then. Or don't cook as much so you don't have leftovers and stuff. And that's fine. I like, you know, hey. But also like 3 days. Come on, right? Come on. You bear in 3 days. I have to play this game. I have to play Admission. Otherwise, I'm not gonna play. Destroy the ice worm? What? We're doing this? Okay. Look, the worms. The worms. Destroy the ice worm. Argos will provide a prototype weapon to ensure the breach. Core sheeting. Shielding. A shoulder version of the stun noodle. Okay. That's it. What's up, Oishi? How's it going? How's it going? Yo, on that worm mission? I'm on that worm mission. That worm mission, baby. Oishi, you just missed. I'm so glad you could join us, Oishi. You missed all that food talk. I didn't need to worry about any of that. Any of me yammering about it. We're back on the mechs. Yeah, if we've come to the... there. We're on that mech dessert, baby. After eating all that stroganoff. I'm sorry, Ganj. No waifus. Thank you for the food. Oh, Tricky, anytime. Anytime. I'll post those videos for you later, Tricky. Once I get around to it after the stream. I think that stroganoff dish thing, I think will be incredible for you. It's like, I talked a lot during it, but it's so easy. It's so easy, right? The heavy cream, if you're like have like lactose issues, I can tell you right now, you don't have to use heavy cream, okay? Even if you just use a little bit of milk, you'll be okay. Or like even an alternative milk, like an oat milk or something, you'll be good. Again, I don't like almond because it hints a little bit of sweetness, but you're good to go. She says, I got the end of it. What was that? Some advice on storing rice when you make too much. Oishi, I'll to summarize, is just don't clump your rice into too big of a container all at once. Use smaller, flatter, so like not as tall containers, because then it makes the rice less of a ball where the bacteria can incubate inside of it. So if you have flatter containers or smaller containers, you know, then the heat will dissipate off it faster and won't be as concentrated inside that mound of rice. And that way the heat won't incubate as much inside as the outside is cooling too quickly, right? Or like I recommended, if you don't have smaller containers, or if you just don't have the space or something, get like a tray, or even, you know, even if you don't have a tray, get some like foil paper or like, you know, some foil wrap, or even just plastic wrap, you know, put that on your countertop, right? Just put the rice on there and just like, you know, flatten it out, right? Just flatten out that rice so it's just not in a big ball, basically, right? And then when that rice is a little bit flatter, it'll just cool off a lot faster. And that way you won't get any bacteria growth or anything like that, because there's no space for it to incubate, right? So when it cools off all evenly, rather than, you know, cold outside, hot inside, then, you know, scoop it all up, put it in your container of choice, and then put that in the fridge, right? And then you're good to go. My opinion. Tricky says, I eat everything, no matter what. Hell yeah. The stomach has to, yeah. I am lactose intolerant. I just deal with it. I don't even have lactate or anything like that. I just, you know, hey. I just deal with it because it's delicious. Let's beat up an ice worm. Good lord. I appreciate y'all, by the way. Like, I know I joke about it, but it's like, I know I don't know how to shut up, but I enjoy that you all will entertain me, at least. Thank you.
First, some background before we go into detail.
My Hero Zero, same thing after you're done frying rice, right? Same thing. After you're done cooking, any leftovers that you know you're not going to eat right that moment or serve or whatever, you do exactly the same thing, right?
Are the enemy-occupied bases, the heavy warship fleet, and the recently activated.
Oh, it's this asshole again. Hell yeah, Michigan. It's like, shut up, rich guy. Tricky Banana, I'm not sure that'd be a good idea.
Sure thing, Chief. Tell you what, I'll watch and let you know how badly that goes for us.
Gun 5, you just volunteered yourself for the front line.
Oh, it's Iguazu.
Moving on. Let's talk about how we're going to neutralize the ice worm's coral shield.
Okay.
You'll be dealing with a layered barrier made up of a primary and a secondary shield.
Great.
Arquebus will provide the means to break the first layer.
Wait, so do I need that stun needle gun?
Stun needle launcher. Aim for the face, and it will deliver results, I assure you.
I think I need that stun needle gun, don't I?
RAD's cooked up just the thing.
That thing I just got, so I should equip that maybe? I'm gonna do that anyways.
If we divert the spaceport standby power to the ORC, should hit hard enough, assuming we land the shot.
Oh, don't miss.
You can leave that to me. I know a thing or two about sharpshooting.
Hell yeah, Rusty. I love Rusty's
I'll oversee
great.
operations on the ground. A ragtag crew like
This guy's a piece of shit, though.
We could use some more suppressive fire. I'll send Chatty.
Okay. Look at this.
That just leaves the question of who will be taking charge of the stun needle launcher.
It's like the Power Rangers coming together. I guess that's me.
Just the volunteer to go poke that beast with a stick. Gun 13. You get all that? Good. Time for another
Can
field
win
trip.
without it, but that's like people doing crazy optimizations. Oishi, you shouldn't have said that. Because that's me. That's me. No, first time through, I'm gonna do it the stun needle thing. The second or third time, well, we'll see. Oishi, you weren't here for the Baltius fight, so let's just say, I'll bring it up. Where is it? I have it. I'm just gonna do this right now. Let's add this image. Sure. Yeah, one not showing. Where is it? Where did I save it? I think Panthera knows what I'm about to bring up. Images. Yes. Let's just put this right here, shall we? It's kind of small. Where can I put this? Up here? Let's go here for now. I wish I had a higher res of this. Do I have to like type this out and recreate it myself? I might have to. I think down here is probably more appropriate. Yeah, we'll do that. Can I like filters? No, not filters. What am I looking for? Here, blending mode, multiply. Sorry. Add. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Where won't I have some layout? Whatever. No, it's fine. Let's undo that. Let's just leave it like that. You could type it out in a nice font and have it be like a live, laugh, love sign. That's a great idea. I'll get Oishi, I know you're joking that you're like, how about a real nice font? And I'm like, oh, and you know what my first reaction to that was? My first reaction was, yeah, how about some nice papyrus font? A nice papyrus, maybe? You know? I'm throwing that over the top of my layout. I think that'll go real nice, right? If you're getting steamrolled, try seeing what you're getting hit by and don't get hit by it. Sage advice. Yes, the avatar font. Thank you, Oishi. That is exactly it. Yes. Okay. So, should I get the needle gun? Look, I probably should, right? Can I even buy another one? So I have it in my offhand? I don't remember. I have to talk too much about noodles today, so apologies. It was a shoulder unit, right? Yeah, there it is. I don't get a left version of it, right? And I'm assuming if I go parts shop, I can't just buy another one, right? Or can I? No, I cannot. So I'd be replacing my missiles if that was the case. Look, let's throw it on. Let's just throw it on. It would be wise. I will play this the way the game intended. Okay. Let's make sure that we're overweight if we do it though. So let's change this missile pod to this one. Should that bring it? Nope, not enough. I wish I need to bring it down quite a bit. That should be okay. These missiles are not nearly as powerful, but I think 72-800 is my booster limit, right? 73-800. Yeah, these are all a little too heavy for that, but that's okay. I'm fine with that. Unless I changed this. Shotgun is a lot heavier, right? Yeah, it is. But not this one. Save 300 pounds. This weapon's alright. Let's try this. I would like to use different missile pods because these missiles are maybe a little bit too weak and I won't get the stun, the ACS stun that I want. Oh, God, even that's a little too heavy. Shit. I do like these vertical missiles. This would take too much to get them all to land. Like the 8 missiles is key here because it's just like 2 shots in one, right? I don't have to... wait, what's the cooldown? What's the cooldown? Yeah, the reload time on this is 6 seconds. This is almost 5. Look. Probably do a lot of damage with this, so... Where else can I save weight? Different legs? Save a lot of weight. Be down a lot of... it would be down that much armor? Yeah, let's do this. Let's do this. Where's it? Bang. 627. Oh, we are super... oh no, that's load limit now. Ah, God damn it. I want to keep them on now core. Save weight here. I can. Go back to this. Keep some boost speed with that, right? Can I then go back to Mind Alpha? I can. I think that was it. We just needed to change the generator. Keep this missile launcher, but I can't use this. It's definitely too heavy. I don't have the energy output anymore for weight fit. Keep this rifle. Can, if I wanted. I'm just fighting that big boss, so I think the plasma rifle is still the way to go with this. I think this is good. I think this is good. Yeah. Need a gun. I've never fired this. I'm assuming I don't have to charge it. It's not a laser gun, right? Pulse armor. Yeah. Let's give this a try. But yeah, Oishi, you missed fighting Baltius. I was like, what if we just didn't use the bubble guns? It's just a short delay from when you pull the trigger? Okay. That's fine. Yeah. I'll save some time. I do a lot of testing as it is, Panthera. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. But yeah, it was like, oh, I need a bubble gun, don't I? And then it's like, hey, what if I just hit them with a big FU laser instead? And
This mission depends upon you.
it worked. It worked. And then I fought Raven last episode, and basically it turned into who can land the charged pile bunker first, and that was very exciting, to say the least. Took a couple tries, I'm not gonna lie, but, you know, we did it. Like, finished that fight in like 20 seconds, which was a lot of fun. So sometimes I find joy in playing this game as toxic ways as possible, so... Oh gosh! Hello. I maybe could have looked out for that a little bit better. Okay. How can I... Do I have to hit this thing in the face?
This is V4 Rusty. Rail cannon is good to go.
How the hell am I going to hit this?
Don't die before I get a chance to fire, buddy.
Where's it coming out of the ground?
Tourist, got a message from the chief for you. Enjoy the show, and don't forget to smile.
Okay. Oh, that does have a delay on it. You're right. Oh! Okay. Ow!
Looking pretty beat up there, freelancer.
Okay, relax.
Not so smug now, are you?
What is it? How am I supposed to hit this?
Led me to believe that I could expect more than this.
Jesus, Jesus.
No, you don't. I ain't going down first.
I've used up all my repairs. Okay. Now I can hit it like normal stuff, or what?
Connecting EML modules. Opening energy turbines. Output at 80%. Setting correction A-OK. 90, 95.
What is happening? Is that the...
Won't miss.
Don't miss. Okay.
Secondary shield down.
Get her with everything I got.
That freak actually did it.
Did what? The bare minimum. This is just a fast hurdle.
Okay, relax. Snail.
The target's deployed drones, tourist. I'll handle them.
Okay, fine. We'll deal with it. Oh god!
The chief always says
I'm super gonna die here, aren't I?
could be your best.
Shield loss confirmed. Preparing to
I'm
fire
a little
rail
worried about my health situation. I'm not gonna lie.
Energy turbine output at 80%. Output 95%. 100%. Watch out for friendly fire.
Secondary shield down.
It's all yours now, buddy. Wait, something's wrong.
Something's wrong. What are you talking about?
Back 621.
Oh gosh, 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 gosh.
We've underestimated this beast.
The core. It's out of
Are
control.
you okay?
Looks like things just took a nasty turn. I'll set the ORC to maximum output. We can't afford to lose control of the situation.
Should probably use my shield,
This
should
next
I?
shot'll be my last.
I don't know how long this will last, obviously, but, you know. Oh!
Cut 13, what are you doing? The mission's a failure. All units retreat.
Shit. Damn it. Also, I was just getting... I was Here's what I was distracted by. I was distracted by this thing being slightly deformed because I accidentally did it with like a funny resize function. We're good now. Anyways, let's try that again, shall we? I'm also going to change... do a little bit of change. Hold on. I think I can get a paddle bunker on here, I think. Because I only get a couple opportunities to give this thing a punch, right? Also, I don't think his weapon is a good match. I'm going to use this because we can deal with those drones. We're going to change this. Big old knockout power, right? So wait, we're over. Let's change this to this. We're still 100. God damn it. Fine, go back to these. Now at a load limit. There. 6329. We can use these. That's fine. I think this will work. Let's try this worm shit again, shall we?
It's not every day.
I'm getting steamrolled. Try seeing what you're getting hit by, and don't get hit by it. So I think it makes sense to
You ready?
just keep a better eye when it's going to pop out of the ground. I definitely didn't do a good job of that last time. Let these guys take the bait, right?
Take command. Commencing operation with combined AC force as per the Balaam Archibus agreement. Move out, maggots! Time to die!
Act like a professional
Oh
outfit
boy.
and you might
Okay,
live.
I didn't get hit by it right at the gate.
think he is. I ain't here because I want.
Shield loss confirmed. Initializing ORC
Don't
firing
get whipped by the tail, right?
Connecting EML modules. Opening energy turbines. Output at 80%. Sighting correction A-OK. 90, 95. I won't miss.
Hell yeah.
Secondary shield down.
Got 13, the head's open for a direct hit.
There it is.
That freak actually did it.
Alright. It's already going way better.
The target's deployed drones, tourist. I'll handle them.
That.
V4, load the next shell. One step ahead of you, Commander. Finally, someone with their hands skirt on.
Oh god.
Never thought about switching sides? Sure is an honor to be praised
Still
by
good,
the Red
still good.
Guns hell on 4 legs. But I'll pass.
Primary shield disabled.
Shield loss confirmed. Preparing to fire rail
I didn't
cannon.
realize that thing was shooting missiles at the same time.
Energy turbine output at 80%. Output 95%. 100%. Watch out for friendly fire.
Secondary shield down.
It's all yours now, bud.
Shoot, hit the wrong button. Okay. Alright, it's fine, it's fine. Still good, still good.
Something's wrong. Fall back 621. We've underestimated this beast.
Cool. It's out of control.
Looks like things just took a nasty turn.
Yeah.
I'll set the ORC to maximum output. We can't afford to lose control of the situation. This next shot will be my last.
Knocked right into them. Come on, worm. Where are you at? Thanks, Rusty.
All EML modules connected.
Also, all my friends died.
Turbines at full capacity. Output at 80, 90.
It's just all I see are just smoking remains of my friends.
100, 110, 15,
Rusty, what are you doing back there?
all or nothing.
Need one more. Need one more. There it is.
Is it over? Get it clear, it's gonna blow!
Yeah. No problem.
You shitting me? The freelancer really did it.
That wasn't so bad. As long as you just had to back off, right? Is it over? Is it even over?
It's finally over. The blast will contaminate the area. Get out of...
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Is...
Voices.
Oh, Air didn't like that very much, did she? I theorize that you can keep it from popping the AoE and keeping all the assists alive, but I've not tried grinding that out. I feel like I did that fairly quick.
It's my family.
Oh no.
Brothers and sisters. I am but a single wave,
Uh-oh.
born from the coral tide.
Uh-oh.
A Rubiconian without a body. No one even knew I was there for such a long time.
Are you okay, Air?
Raven, you're the only one who...
Uh-oh.
Go get your rest, 621. Things are going to get busy. You did good.
He says it's mostly a puzzle boss, but you can imagine how doing without the stun needle could be a challenge run type thing. Yeah. I'm assuming if I didn't take that along with me, then I would have to like just straight up shoot that thing in the face every time I popped out, which you wouldn't be doing a whole lot of damage to, right? Like obviously I got by with the pile bunker getting most of my damage in, right? So I have no idea how you'd hit that thing in the face if you didn't get a stun needle on it first, right? Because otherwise you would just make contact with it and it would just smack the crap out of you, so you'd have to use your projectiles. But even if you have heavy projectiles, you have to hit that thing in the face and it's constantly moving, blah blah blah. So yeah, I can see why that'd just be actually super hard to do otherwise. So yeah, that moment it like it was like obviously hypercharging it over 100%, and then all the voices of Rusty turned into this, right? That was super cool. This game's all right.
The temporary alliance between the Arquebus and Balaam groups turned the tide of war,
This sounds like solid state.
devastating the Planetary Closure Administration forces and exiling them from Rubicon.
If you told me this voiceover was Robin Atkin Downs, I'd believe you. I don't
Though
know.
it was the Iceworm mission led by Balaam that dealt the decisive
this
blow,
up.
Arquebus, through their own engagements with the PCA, augmented their strength with seized weaponry.
Okay.
The balance of power was broken. The scales tipped in Arquebus's favor. And the Rubicon Liberation Front's hopes of fighting an exhausted foe were dashed.
I
With the
mean,
loss of their
there's nothing
continuity,
civil about
the
corporations.
rival
My
factions'
Heroes
war
are,
for the
right?
coral abruptly reignited.
Is time
Their bitter
passing?
conflict burned with renewed intensity.
Is there significant time passing at this moment? It sounds like it.
Augmented Human C4621, entering standard mode. 2 new messages.
Doing okay, 621. I'd wanted to let you rest some more, but the corpse
Okay,
are on the
maybe
move
it's not
already.
that much time has passed.
With the PCA gone, it's back to work, getting to where the coral's gathering. Do you remember the survey you carried out at Xylem?
Yeah.
My friend analyzed the data and learned about a massive facility under the central ice field. Watch Point Alpha.
Yeah, we were there already, right?
Turns out that the ice worm was defending the entrance to that place. It's time to let ourselves in.
This is gonna go well. Make you think, my Hero Zero. Your Delta Focus is right.
Raven, there's something you need to know. That friend Walter mentioned. The comms database has no record of the conversation he just told you about.
Oh.
This isn't about just finding the coral, Raven. He's after something more, and he's using you to do it.
We're gonna have to choose between Aaron Handler Walter, aren't we? Obviously. Obviously.
Registration number
Oh, it's all
RB23.
mine.
Call sign, Raven. Your records have been updated.
Great.
A-rank virtual encounters are now available in the arena.
Let me guess, hone my technique?
May these encounters further guide your technique.
Right. Change the wording on this. Okay. New parts. New chapter, new me, right? 16 points out of this. At the part shop. Okay, looks like an upgraded linear rifle, which, you know, not big on, personally. New sub machine gun, right? Little small guy. I like this big old box mag on it. That's fun. Got a lot more rounds on that. 45. Quite a bit heavier, but you know, it is what it is. Less powerful. That's interesting. That's a big handgun. Look at that. Good lord. That is barely a handgun anymore. That's like... Y'all remember in Batman 1989? Remember like when Joker is like doing his parade and he's like, hey, 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 hubba, hubba, hubba. You know, and he's like, you know, got all the people because he's like throwing cash at him. Remember at the end when like the Batwing is coming out and he pulls that like giant comedy revolver out of his pants? That's what's happening here. Like, except, well, my Gundam doesn't wear pants, but hey. That's the gun that Rusty has. Burst handgun. Yeah, like a triple shot thing. Okay. Is there a charge? Doesn't seem like it. Panthera says, you might have access to my laser shotting now. That's interesting. Oh, the Helsing guns. Yes, Oishi. Good point. Good point. It's like, you know, just like... What were the name of those Helsing guns? They had like names on them. Or am I just conflating this with DMC? I think I'm conflating it with DMC, because like Heaven and Hell, I think, are the name of Dante's guns. Or did it have another name? I think it was Heaven and Hell. But I want to say the Ebony and Ivory. Right. Right. Is it Helsing then? It's called like Heaven and Hell or something? I want to say they have names. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. It's been a while since I've seen, you know, Helsing. Been a long time, since like probably high school for me. The Triguns have names. I don't know. That Trigun gun revolver is unmistakable though, right? Bazooka called Little Gem. Just a big bazooka. Well, it's not that big. It's pretty small actually. I don't remember how Trigun guns have names. I think it was Mario Zero. I think it was Ganj the other day was joking. It's like catching strays about having Trigun DVDs, right? Ironically, only one gun. Yes. Yeah. Why didn't Vash Vash the Stampede? Why didn't Vash have two or three to make actual Trigun? Right? Why not? Jamming bomb launcher. chaff gun. Craft caught in the blast will suffer from a compromised lock-on. Okay, like a smoke grenade kind of a deal. Also considerable tactical finesse. I'm assuming it's just in an AoE as well. So had a hidden machine gun and a spoiler gun. Oh, here's the thing. Like, I hear a lot about Trigun. I know what the gun looks like. I know what Vash the Stampede looks like. I've never watched Trigun. I'm an absolute fake anime fan, but like, I've never seen an episode of Trigun ever, right? I watched Hellsing, I watched Vampire Hunter D, you know? I totally missed out on Trigun. I don't know why. I don't know. I think I was just too busy watching Gundam Wing, probably, right? New laser gun. Yeah, that's a laser gun, alright. That's a long charge. I would arguably say that's too long of a charge. It's hard. I wonder how much Trigun holds up. That's a good question, my hero zero. Not missing much, though? Okay. Alright. I'm still curious, though. Maybe, like, I'd watch, like, an OVA. Are there, like, good Trigun OVAs that are, like, good for, like, you know, not being too much needing to watch, like, the rest of the seasons or something like that? You know? It's like when you watch, like, Cowboy Bebop, the movie. I think that's, like, a really good, like, side story. You don't need to, like, watch every single Cowboy Bebop episode for it and still have a good time, right? It's like its own kind of mystery in one. But, you know, like most Cowboy Bebop episodes are that way kind of anyways, so. Laser shotgun, is this it, Panthera? This looks like it. This looks significant. That is neat. Ring has some really good stuff in it. It's more episodic parts. You can watch the reboot cold, but I think just checking the first episode or two of the original, tell if you're going to vibe with it. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's the one. So I'm assuming... Let me see that charge again. That's pretty quick. That's pretty quick. Is that charge blast still multi-hit? It doesn't look like it, right? That charge blast looks like it's still just like a single beam hit, right? So that looks no different than like the laser rifle. I don't actually use the charge. Okay. That's interesting. Effective range will be down, of course. It is a beam. Okay, okay. Or just some crazy damage on staggered enemies. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, right? Having it like as a punish weapon. Although shotguns are pretty good even on their own, right? Explosive thrower. I believe someone in my chat was talking about this not yesterday, on Wednesday. It locks you into the animation. You can't release left or right. Say, interesting. Okay. Got you. That is just throwing a bunch of bombs. Modify the arc on it? Okay. That's interesting. Very horizontal, and then this is just more compact in a single area. Same damage for both, regardless. You know what this reminds me of? Y'all remember Hot Shots Part 2? You know, Charlie Sheen, of course. Lloyd Bridges. Is it Lloyd? No, not Lloyd Bridges. Grandpa Bridges, right? I think that's Lloyd. Yeah, that is Lloyd Bridges, right? And there's like that scene with Charlie Sheen in like the end shootout where it's like the kill count is like, you know, racking up huge, and obviously it's a parody, right? He's like shooting a bunch of dudes with his machine guns, blah, blah, blah. And there's like a part where he's like runs out of ammo and he looks at like an ammo box of bullets, and all he does is like Charlie Sheen grabs like a handful of bullets and then just like throws them at a bunch of enemies, and then they all just fall over and die. This is what this reminds me of. It's just like, I don't care about shooting this anymore. I'm just gonna like huck a whole bunch of like marbles at you and hopefully it'll kill someone. That's what this looks like to me. It's been a while for me too. Oishi. Hot Shots Part 1 I've seen actually more recently. It's fun. It's very silly. Right? It's up there with like Naked Gun and whatnot, right? It's pretty much the same style of humor and whatnot. Even if there's a couple problematics in there, obviously. Maybe haven't not all the jokes have aged well, but some of the parts like are still, they can still be fun, right? Like that, or like the Rambo parody at the beginning of Hot Shots Part 2 when Charlie Sheen's like got his fists and he's like looking at it like a candy buffet and then like dipping his hands in them. I think that's fun. Laser lance. What's a laser lance? Is that it? It's a big dash though. This seems okay. What's the damage like? It's not as good as the pile bunker. Looks like a hell of a lot of boost on that though, right? I think I was getting nailed with this in that one boss fight where I had those two robots, those PCA robots coming at me at the same time. What's the single hit on this? Okay, it's not as much as... I'm gonna buy this anyways, so let's buy the explosive thrower as well. First handgun. Jamming bomb launcher. The shotgun. Kind of like this pulse missile launcher. I wouldn't want it in my offhand. If that's right. Let's buy this. I'm gonna buy that. I'm also gonna buy this actually. It's still good for money. Take a look at that stuff later. Let's keep looking at this stuff. Spread bazooka. That seems wasteful. Against this one little guy shooting this giant cluster. I guess it's nice it all shoots at once, but whoops, didn't do that. Diffuse laser cannon. Spread laser cannon, blah blah blah. It's basically shotguns, laser shotguns on your shoulder. Charge to concentrate. Okay, so this is an improvement on the laser cannons, I'm guessing, right? That's real silly. That takes a while to charge. That's a big explosion, though. That sounds alright. Seems heavy as hell to use, though. These all seem very heavy. Yeah, very energy hungry, too. Pulse shield launcher? What? Why would I want that? Oh, I see. Oh, that's interesting. It does damage too once it expires. That's interesting. That seems... This pulse bearers can't... ACS string. This doesn't stick on an enemy though, does it? Does all this do is create an AoE around an enemy? Like it doesn't follow them around if they like boost out of it, right? I'm assuming. If that actually sticks on an enemy, that'd be interesting. It just floats in front of you, so it like... It doesn't move with a mech if you get hit by it? Or it does. It does move with a mech. New missile launcher? Yeah, sure. Why not? I've seen that one. Double split missile launcher. It's fun. I like drunken missiles. No, he just plays and it stays there until it goes away. Okay, that doesn't seem as effective. That seems good for like a single target boss that doesn't move, which is like not really many. Or like crowd controlling small guys, but even the small guys move now, right? So in that case, point to the sign, right? What if, I know it doesn't say this specifically, but what if you just hit them harder, right? Don't worry about all this other stuff. Just hit them harder. It's been working for me so far. For now. Laser turret. Well, that's fun. Okay, I guess. Wait, hold on. I'm guessing those can be blown up. I think it's interesting they kept shooting after that enemy was dead. So, like, it doesn't reacquire. It's not all these are like orbits. Whoops. I keep hitting the wrong button. Guess I can buy a stun needle here, but that seems only good for against coral stuff, right? So, not gonna worry about that. Don't care about shields. It's not what we're doing here. Okay, new cores. It's a fun looking head. Main model, strong, hefty energy footprint. This looks like it's very meant for IAP. Look at this little face! Oh, I can't really see it because my face is blocking it. I like the little face on this guy. It's like, hey, how's it going? This is like a couple steps away from like an Iron Giant looking guy. I'm into that. They're all very heavy though. This is also very heavy. On generate output adjustment, solid defense against damage of all kinds. Hitting the wrong button. I'll buy this stuff. I have the money. Who cares, right? New arms. Terrible on the melee and firearm specialization. Big on armor though. Probably not gonna use it. Here we go. Cool tetrapod legs. Good for heavy stuff. Maybe. Look at these feet. Oh my god. I want feet. Throw this VE42A. Make an entry on Wikifeet for this. Because good lord. Good lord. These are like Mega Man boots. Jinko ass legs, yeah. Also, look at these big ass boosters on the front of them. That's weird. Load limit is very high, which is good. Oh wait, are these hover? No. This model utilizes hover movement for increased. So are these like the equivalent of tetrapod legs, except it's only 2? Probably not, right? It's like, I don't think the game would do that, I'm assuming. Even though the description says so. New booster. Movement speed over quick boost. It's actually not bad. Yeah, quick boost speed is much lower. Is it faster than the other ones I have? I don't know. At least the load limit is a little bit higher. What's this? Long range combat FCS. Not incredible missile lock, but pretty okay everything else. Maybe wouldn't use it with a shotgun, but maybe if I was prioritizing what was in my hands. Maybe not for melee though, right? Generators. For use with heavyweight ACs. One turn. This is... Oh my god, that's a heavy as hell battery. That's like more than double. Here we go. This is more reasonable. Energy. Maximize EN output. Just sacrificing performance in other regards. Oh, I see. So if I have guns that are energy stuff, but I don't need it for like a lot of other EN spec, that's probably tricky to use. But at least you get a big damage bonus out of it, right? So with how heavy everything else is, this can't be easy to use, right? Like, I'm basically suffering the amount of times I can quick boost to boost the damage of my guns if they're energy weapons, I assume. Is the use case for that. That's what it seems like to me. I don't know how much of this new stuff I would use. Maybe with the guns, but not everything in there is selling me really hard. Except for maybe like the laser shotgun, right? Which seems good. Quite a lot less ammo on this. I mean, it's more than the Zimmermans, right? $90 shots versus 66 of this. Good for a duel, maybe not for like long-term engagements. Explosive thrower seems alright. Laser shotty was my trash clear weapon. Makes sense. I guess Panthera, when you have 4 shotguns in total, you're good to go. So when it's only 1 for me, I'm like, well, maybe a little less for sustained damage, right? I think I'm going to keep using the same build for now. I think. In cases where I would swap to this, I would probably use a laser shotgun. That's what I would do. For these energy weapons, but... I think until I'm changing my build to use legs that are significantly different... Like, gosh, these are so much slower. Like, look at the boost speed drop, right? Even if I was to use, like, a new booster, I'm not sure that's worth it. I'm gonna sit on this stuff for now. This is not great for me right now with my current build. Given that I don't have a lot of energy weapons obviously on right now. Oh, I have to change this off. I'm not going to use this, right? Let's go back to the whip hammer. 60. Yeah, we are going to do that. Right? Oh, right, because I was using these legs, not the mind alphas. It should still put me under the limit. That's good. Yeah, I'm going to stick with this for now. See how this goes. Oh, right, I'm doing arena. I'm doing shotgun. I'll try the laser shotgun for this. Let's see how well this goes. Although, pile bunker. No, because we have 2 ways to punish now. The shotgun with the energy charge up. So let's do this. Let's try this out. should give the lance a spin wing. Oh, good point. I forgot about the lance.
You have now reached rank A.
We'll do that next time. Oishi. What's this guy got?
Subject AC.
Missile launcher.
Call sign.
Not sure what that is in his right shoulder. That's definitely another missile launcher in his right hand.
Commencing evaluation.
Let's see what was in his left hand.
Main system activating combat mode.
Let's try with this. Can you do that? Can you do that? Not see anything. Shields. Not anymore though, right? Man, this laser shotgun is surprisingly quick. Like that. A lot.
AP at 50%.
Okay, relax. Trying to get that ACS done. I should just be using this. I shouldn't be waiting. Uh-oh. Oh my god, this homing missile.
Ammunition at 50%.
Oh, I just needed one more melee hit. I had him in the stun. Damn it, then that homing missile just smashed me. Oh, God damn it. Hey, what if I did this instead? Actually, no, I'll try the lance. I was about to put on the pile bunker. So just the one hit, right? Big charge one. Okay. That charge has quite a bit of windup on it, though, so be mindful of this at least. The charge is the only one to use, really? Yeah. It's like, this does not seem like a weapon I want to, like... I mean, taking down, like, a pulse shield, probably not a terrible thing, but we'll see. I always, you know...
Main system.
Yeah, it depends who you're fighting, but on how much recovery time I have to deal with, right? Recovery time on this guy seems not incredible, but also putting this guy in ACS stun seems to be harder than other pilots I've faced in the past, so... Like in that case, I don't mind hitting it off for free real quick, right? No, to be honest. Because yeah, I knew he was going to shield anyways, so... Woo. That works. Ow. Get out of there. It's quick. Give him that. But also this guy's not exactly maneuverable, so... Vicious, to say the least. Oh no, oh no, 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 no! I went for a charge on everything. I should have. Come on. Give me one more. Give me one more. Oh, come on! Jesus. There we go. Woo! That tap charge is fast. I did like it for that. 295 left to go.
Target destroyed.
That was it.
Concluding evaluation. Well done.
That 295 to go was a bit bit risky. I think the thing that I'm maybe forgetting is because that hold charge has a multi-hit to it. I didn't see how much it was multi-hitting, but it looked like it was quite a bit, right? Yeah, 294 more than you need. That multi-hit on that lance will do impact damage every single time, so I can inflict ACS as I'm hitting, and then have the rest of the lance do actual, like, critical damage, essentially, right? The thing about the charge hack is that it usually gives you the stagger, and you get a fall back. Yeah, like, I was noticing that. It's like I was getting my shotgun off on it pretty easily, so... Not bad. Not bad at all. It's quick. I'm starting to see the, you know, if I was to make a melee-oriented build using that FCS chip and stuff like that, and like, you know, melee arms, right? I can see it. I can see it. Definitely a lot more pressure than using the hammer, in my opinion. Although the hammer is more of like a safer bet. Let's keep rolling. Oh, snail. This asshole, huh? Anything I would change? No, it's not related. Hold on. Wait, no, because yeah. This would be good for my energy shotgun, wouldn't it? Not this one. This. No, I still need those missiles to lock. Because missiles help me out in terms of getting ACS done, right? Stick with this for now. Let's fight this corporate asshole, right? I'm looking at time. I'm probably going to call it after I finish these arena fights.
Arena combat aptitude evaluation.
Oh, he's got the stun needle.
Number 6, rank A.
He's also got the lance. A little, is that like an energy pistol?
Subject
That's what it looks like.
Open faith. Call sign V2 snail.
Back before the stun needles were nerfed, when using the lance into stun needle, dual stun needles on a guy who's already staggered was almost always a guarantee.
Main system activating combat mode.
That sounds difficult to manage. Where you at? Where you at, asshole? I tried to hit him with the lance, and then he hit me with his. Oh, gosh, that's quick. I'll say at least. Oh, Jesus! Oh, guess what? I can hit you with that too. So. Okay, get out of there. Ooh, boy. Oh, God. Shit. Shit. Get out of that plasma. I need to be using that charge attack more. I could have just... He was not getting out of the way, right? I should just be using that more. I feel confident enough to do so, I think. Yeah, what if I just hit him harder, right?
Main system activating combat mode.
Easy. Also, I should stay behind this debris so I don't get smoked by the needle on the way in. Gosh. You're right. I think maybe Zimmerman's might be better for me right now. Do something. Oh. No. go. Down half. There, get out of there. Oh, damn it. I keep getting hit by that. That's not good. God, it's plasma. Shit, come on, I dodged. Oh! As an ambitious lance, I'm not gonna lie. That was ambitious. I think I need to, I think I need to use this every minute instead. I don't think I have the juice for working energy stuff right now. I think Zermans might be my best bet. Yeah, let's try this instead. I think.
Main system activating combat mode.
But also, what if I just got a pile bunker? Right? This lance trades. Nope. Oh, what the hell was that? So I could do this too. Ooh, get out of there. Sometimes that lance is like a little tricky over like uneven terrain, is what I'm noticing. Just a little bit troublesome. But if as long as it's flat, and nothing in the way to make the guy move around too much.
Target destroyed.
Seems pretty alright.
Well done.
That seems pretty okay to me. Yeah, fuck Snail. You're right, Ganj. You're right. This guy sucks. Consistent on flat surface and in the air. You're on the same elevation. Yeah. But what if, Oishi? What if? What if? Right? Just asking questions.
Arena combat app.
Main system.
What if I just
combat mode.
tap the sign, right? It's not in a great position for that. That's okay. It's ambitious, to say the least. Ah, we're stuck on something. Oh god, get me out of here. What am I doing? I hit the wrong button. Yeah. You know? Yeah.
Target destroyed.
Obviously this every mech will be different, right? But like, he's not moving around too much, right? Like, I can see that Lance being really good for like hyper-mobile stuff, but again, like obviously the terrain stuff being an issue. But like, man, that damage on the pile bunker is unmistakable, right? When it lands. Like, I landed a pile bunker on the guy, I didn't even get the ACS stun, and it still took off like a third, right? So it's like, right? Let's keep rolling with this. See what happens. See what happens. See what happens. I mean, yeah, all builds are pretty viable, right? But like, I could see this lance being better than the original laser sword by a very long margin, assuming we're in a dual mechanic, right? It's not looking for like, you know, AoE. This is just what, bazookas? This guy's just all bazookas. I think that's a chain gun on the left corner, right? Left shoulder. Oh, Ganj, thank you for reminding me. We're gonna try that. We're gonna try that. After this. I always forget about stun baton. I'm sorry. I keep forgetting. There's too many good gadgets in this game, right? Oh boy. Oh boy. Just heavy thing after heavy thing, huh? Oh, too far away. Get back up, back up. Health looking real bad. Yeah, I knew that was gonna happen. Alright, Zero, no worries. Hope you have a good weekend. I will see you next time. Thank you so much for joining me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. For all your wonderful support, as always. Panthera says, now you know what would fix that far away situation. Yes, good point. A little kick. Man, boosting in. It's like, I'm scared I'm just going to run into those bazooka hits. I don't know why I shot that. I should just stay close. What am I doing? Just stay close. Oh, that's not like that though. Ow. 50%. Damn it. Get out of there. Oh, he's got so many of those heavy weapons on deck, huh? Jesus. I gotta close the distance, right? But I'm gonna take some advice from Ganj in this one and see how well this works. Let's see how well this works. I've never used this weapon, so let's see what happens.
Main system activating combat mode.
How have you been handling the in-mission weapons that you find? What do you mean in-mission weapons, Oishi? I'm not sure what you mean by in-mission. Am I not there yet? I don't know. okay, that did a chunk. I'm gonna pose that, and the weapon's ready to go again. Although, I'm getting pelted right now. Stop shooting all this stuff at me when I have no ACS left. The boost. Hey Gonch, this is working pretty good. Shit.
AP at 30%.
Hey, that worked pretty okay. That was pretty dang all right. Just keep bopping him with that. And they can't do anything about it. That's real silly. Like the hidden ones that you gotta pick up in the chests and the parts. The only parts I've really found, Oishi, there was that one stage. Poor boat. I wasn't a big fan of that armor set, this wrecker set. I wasn't that big of a fan of it. You know, it's not really my playstyle. It's a little too heavy. I don't know. The only other armor piece I remember picking up. What else was there? Wasn't this booster refined as well? I don't remember. I know I like these two boosters quite a bit. Obviously they're meant for light boosty builds. I'm trying to think. It's like for like weapons on actual pickup. I know there's... I mean, I know it's part of like the campaign when you play it normally, but there was like those flamethrowers. I haven't really tried them. Bunch of logs and chests on the mission with the sweeper boss. Watch a guide for it. Right. It's a really cool thing to get from them. But like God said, you can just replay missions with the guide open. Yeah, that's something I haven't really been doing a whole lot of. There's a lot of... So I've gotten a lot of logs up to a point. I didn't replay a lot of the missions from the last episode of when I played Armored Core earlier this week. So I'm missing a bunch here that I don't have yet, right? Quite a few, actually, now that I'm reviewing. I think the first mission I played today was, I think, this one, right? So, no, not this one. This one's against Raven. So yeah, so like, basically all the ones from like last episode I haven't really collected a lot of, but I'm gonna definitely, I've been trying to do that in my off time. So like this weekend I will probably definitely collect a bunch of these and like have a guide open on the side to like do that stuff. I don't know. Maybe there's something interesting there. I know there was one stage where like I did pick up like some more armor pieces. I'm not sure if I picked them all up or not, but I'll probably go back and review that too. But so far, like, I've been, in terms of like just straight up parts that I've been enjoying, like you're seeing the build that I've been probably using for quite a while, right? Like, you know, Mind Alpha Core, Mind Alpha Legs, right? I think these were like unlocked via logs, right? I think, maybe, as is the core. Or these arena, I think these are arena parts, right? I think. I know there's, I'm gonna guess as I do more arena stuff, I'll get like the rest of the Mind Alpha set, right? Whether or not I'll use them or not, who knows? We'll see, but I think Mind stuff is logs. Oh, is it? Okay. The thing you get for doing all the logs is really funny. Okay. I'll get there eventually. Yeah. It's funny, it's like, I don't retain a lot of the information when I unlock things because it's like, it's overwhelming to me. The only time I start really paying attention to what's what is in this menu, right? And then saying it's like, okay, what do I have now, right? But yeah, the Mind stuff is really good. It seems decent. it's like a good balance between like the amount of weight it's using and the AP it offers, and yeah, like the stun resist stuff seems okay. Seems fitting. It's fitting a lot of my builds, right? Alright, let's look at this big guy. This is the guy that's in all those logs we're finding, right? Father of the Rubicon Liberation Front. Let's try this. I guess. Hit him with, let's see if this guy will take a couple hits with stun baton, right? Oh, he has a laser sword as well. Burst rifle. I think that's a missile launcher on the shoulder, right? I don't know what that is in the other one. That actually maybe looks like the shotgun?
Commencing evaluation.
Maybe? I don't know. We'll see. Perfectly flat. Tell he's RLF because of the finger motion. Okay, stop hovering above me. Oh gosh, that's just fire. Great, I got hit with the baton. What am I doing? God, wait. Oh, we've got a little bit of hits. Oh gosh, he's like just moving right through the baton. Oh, there. Man, he's got like either a high stun resist or something. He's kind of like hitting me through a lot of this stuff. Damn it. That'll do it. There we go. Woo. That was closer than I wanted. 883. His mech looks like he's poor. Good lord. Good lord, Ganj. Ganj out here just roasting this Liberation Front dude. You betcha I'm a corporate top. Good lord. Maximum toxicity. That went okay. Stun, it's funny, it's like, I can't tell like when someone can escape a stun baton hit and when they can't. So I'm just jamming the button as fast as I can, right?
Congratulations, you have surpassed rank A.
When they fly out, I'm in deep trouble,
to witness
so...
your ongoing evolution as a mercenary. All Mind exists for all mercenaries.
Here's that line again. She said the thing. Said the line. Didn't unlock anything. That's okay. I like the stun baton. I think it's pretty alright. The amount of times you can use it is its greatest benefit, in my opinion, right? It's definitely not like a one-shot kill. It's like you are making this a part of your offense. Right? Compared to like everything else. This is probably a little more balanced, right? One hit does nothing. You have to land multiple times. I never did the charged version of this. Ganj, are you using the charge attack more than the multiple hits? Or like, are you using the charged version of the move for like a punish or something instead? Yeah, the light combo melees tend to be escapable at some point. Cooldown is really nice, yes. Context dependent. Yeah, I kind of figured. Charge version on stuns only. Yeah. Seems hard to aim. But I mean, like, as is with most melee, right? That makes sense. Because I'm using that charge hit. It's like you don't get the boost out of it, but like... I want to try this really quick. Don't call this poor robot poor.
Arena Combat Aptitude Evaluation Program.
Made it out here. That's worth something, right?
Evaluation.
Main system.
Not his fault. Can't afford the nicer robot. That's vicious. Ooh, get out of the way of that. Seems big. Man, this missile's hit. Oof. Oh god, oh god. Nope, shouldn't have done that. Can he stand his own fire? Seems illegal. Still more. Still more. There it is. Lance seems good. Lance is really forgiving, is what I'm finding. Oops, didn't mean that. That's Lance seems really forgiving. Like, a charger time is okay. It seems average, right? But the amount of, like, ground you get on that Lance is ridiculous. Like, truly. But again, I'm on a perfectly flat surface, so that's the only reason why it's working as well as it is, I think. Then, like, this guy's not the most mobile, I guess you could say. Even on the charge attack, right? Even if you miss and whiff on the distance, like, the amount of ground it still gains after that first is, like, still really, really something. I like it. This seems to be... I want to try this now. Yeah, it can be hard to melee punish him with. Yes, yes. Not only that, but like, you might miss so hard, it just like takes you way away from the enemy, right? So it's just like, it's like a boost in itself. It just gets you away from assuming you got to deal with, obviously, the cooldown to, like, you know, cancel out of. No, I don't want to go on fire. Get away. Get away. Stop hanging out in there. Too much verticality here. You close this up. Ooh. Yeah, well, I got one too. Oh god. Well, guess what? I got one too, but I can hit twice. You can't, it seems. Or you didn't. Yeah, man. That hammer is nasty. I have access to the wheelchair lights. I do have them.
This concludes a rank evaluation. Only the best of the best remain.
They're really tiny tank treads, right? Those are pretty neat. I still struggle a lot with the tank movement though, so I haven't really been using them. But like, boy, those are fast, right? Try those with the yo. Yeah, good point, because you don't pause in place, right? Yeah, yeah. Oishi's got the good recommendation. I will try. Where is it? There they are. Fortalezas. Right? Oops. Need that. 6,900. Oh no, that's just load limit. We're still over the ideal weight though with this, significantly. What was the 69,300? This would bring me down. Meyer, and I don't like that. This is losing about 1,000. Look how fast that is. That's ridiculous though, right? I'll take that trade. Let's see what happens. This is not the best arena fight to test this on, I don't think, though. It's like, this guy's not that mobile.
Number 4, rank A.
Main system activating combat mode.
We're just testing it out. Just seeing what's up, right? Who are you? Let me put the whip on you. Oh my god, the way this moves is so different than what I normally do. Just the fact you can keep moving and keep whipping, right? Just a little bit out of range. Yee. It's so weird to use, but I love it still. So I'm running out of boost juice. But guess what? I got a whip too, sucker. Yeah, that's neat. That's neat, Oishi. It's so much different than how I'm used to playing, though.
This concludes A rank evaluation.
It's got to, like, when it works, that works really cool, right? The thing that was throwing me off with that, a counterclockwise streak for this setup. Why counterclockwise? Why counterclockwise, Panthera? Is it because, like, it's the side your left hand is on? Is that the idea? It doesn't seem like it modified the arc that much, would it? The thing that was tricking me out was that I'd land that first hit, right? And because just my aim is bad, it's like I'd be rolling keeps the left arm centered. Okay. Good call. Because I did find myself, not necessarily because of that, Panthera, but it's like I'd find myself, I'd whip, right? And maybe it hits or maybe it doesn't. But because I'm not paying attention to the way my tank treads are rolling, I'm like rolling away from the enemy. So by the time I want to do my second whip, it's like I'm way out of range. Because that wasn't something I had to worry about before. It's like I do the whip and it hits or something. It doesn't. But when it does, right, it's like I'm not moving anymore, so I don't need to worry about my placement as much, right? But that's neat. That's neat. Definitely we'll keep that one in mind. I don't know how much... I have to change my boost habit a lot with that build, right? Also, I'm not that vertical with that build either, to be fair. Interesting stuff. Go back to the build that I'm used to for now. Definitely going to keep that in mind, though. Or alpha. I think the build I'm going to stick with, generally speaking, for now, probably laser lance. I think. I think I'm done with the laser blade, generally speaking. I think laser lance is the way I'm going to normally roll. This is significantly heavier, though, so... maybe I have to keep that in mind. I definitely wouldn't be using... like, if I had to choose between laser blade and plasma thrower, I'm probably picking plasma thrower every single time. I never tried this. This seems hard to use against a singular opponent, right? Seems a little too slow. Or the bomb thrower, that is. Gosh, this laser lance is even heavier than the pile bunker. These damages significantly different, but that charge attack is hard to hit, so I'm gonna put that sucker back on for now. Oops, didn't mean to do that. And also over a limit. I just realized what is different. Right, the Zimmerman. But wait, that shouldn't matter. Hold on. Right, what's this? Yeah, it basically comes with an extra booster. That's neat. That is super handy. I'm going to use a familiar build for now, but yeah, I was going to say I was going to call it after, right? Double check. Here. Time. Ooh, 4 hours. I use it on a dumb mega heavy tank build just so it has to just so it has a boost that does anything at all. That's smart. It's like, yeah, that seems like a good way to make up for a deficiency for sure, right? Also, it still hits like a truck. Assuming you get, you know, both of those hits in, right? Do one more? No. Do one more. Put that on hold. I would like to just want to try this again one more time. Using this.
Arena combat aptitude.
This is difficult though because it's not it's a perfectly flat land, right? When I try to hit, I just need to see the enemy at all. That's a good point. It literally is a third booster for you, which is really funny to me, Oishi. That did work. Out of the fire. Get out of there. Get out of there. No. You come to me. I'm not going into your fire stuff. No way. No way. Didn't have the ACS anymore. That's right. I think I like using the pile bump.
Target destroyed.
It's just me, you know, like I think there's like a there's a familiarity starting to settle in with Zimmerman and pile bunker for sure. Then just spamming missiles, right? Getting them to use up their ACS or landing it and getting ACS stun. For now. Like I'm not using kicks. I feel like I'm ignoring like a lot of mechanics, which is not good. There's probably ways I can still be not optimizing, but it's like introducing more creativity to my build. Because right now, I think my build is like very basic. Even I understand that. It's working for me, but yeah, I don't know. Again, I'm still open to a lot of suggestions and stuff like that. It's just a matter of like, I don't know, I think I've found a play style, right? Another perk of tank legs that if you miss a kick, you keep going. Yeah, I've seen that. And I know like there's that whole thing, Oishi, about how like with tank legs, because they're generally speaking heavier, it's like increases the effectiveness of your kick, right? I keep forgetting to use assault boost. That's my problem. I just keep forgetting to use it. Let's try something. I'm curious now. Oops. Oh, no. Back up. Do this again. Right? Then this. Okay, so this is under the weight. Sure. Mission. Good. Let's try this real quick, shall we?
The PCA are going to be fighting to...
Significantly larger challenge here, right? Than just a arena fight. That's kind of whatever.
Activating combat mode.
Commence mission. Wait, something's not right, 621.
The battle's over already.
Find out what's going on.
Alright, Raven, let's go.
We're not here to take back the Raven name. However, we will see if you can do it justice.
Looks like we found your license.
Oh, get out of there.
Tie up the loose end, 621.
Hi. Oh, Jesus, I didn't dodge in time.
Either way, never spread your wings. At least not yet.
AP at 30%.
That pilot just wiped out a PCA squad.
The Raven is a symbol of resolve. The will to choose what one fights for.
Just focus on the fight, 621.
Ow, 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 oh god!
No repairs remaining.
Oh boy. See a stun. Oh no! Oh boy.
Left shoulder stimulation at 50%.
Hell yeah. That's neat. It's funny, it's like I'm focusing I find myself with this build.
We'll watch this one.
I find myself focusing really on just like almost like single hits, and like the follow-up is like bonus. But it's almost like I'm doing like drive-by like smack, right? And then just kind of like it's like hit and run. Only a B rank. Look, I didn't get a single knockout hit. I get it. But that was significant. It's obviously a very different play style, but I could definitely see how effective it is. Now, what if I was to do this? Right? There, I think. 40. Yeah, it's like I would definitely change things up on my shoulders. Maybe using like those shotgun cannons, or maybe like, I guess at that point it's like I must. Well, I guess with those legs, they're not that heavy. Or I would need to go keep it still relatively light, right? I would probably change to all vertical missiles if that was the case, rather than the ones that are going like this way, right? If I can afford the weight. That seems like a really hard thing to manage, but not impossible, right? What was I doing? Right, so Lance, 73 from 40. Right, who's on weight? Can't do this thing. No. Mission. And yeah, verts or something direct fire. Yeah.
Are going to be fighting to win.
Is there like a lighter launcher?
621.
Like a lighter grenade launcher even? Like it's pretty much songbirds, right? Like, and songbirds are a little bit on the heavy side. Just a little bit, I think, right?
Main system activating combat mode.
Otherwise, it's just like the base rocket or missile launcher, which just shoots forward, right?
Something's not right, 621.
Those are okay. I know those are even heavier than the ones that fan out that I have.
Find out what's going on.
I don't have any ACS at the gate because I was boosting over here.
Augmented human C-461. We're not here to take back the Raven name. However, we will see if you can do it justice.
Out of the air, buddy. Oh, jeez. Nope, This one's a wash. This one is a wash.
System activating combat mode.
I want to say the other one shoulder grenade launcher has a single shot everyone. Okay.
Wait,
I'll take
something's not right, 621.
Let's not run out of ACS right out the gate. Oh gosh, well, can't even help this one.
Find out what's going on.
Shook. I'm shook. Let's try this again. Lock on to work. Don't mind. Oh, I knew that was gonna happen. And of course he pile bunkers me. I don't have any boost left. That was significant. Out of here. Come on, give me stun. Give me stun. That. I won't say no to this.
A raven is a symbol of resolve. The will to choose what one fights for.
Just focus on the fight, 621.
Yes, Raven.
Oh gosh, dodge the other way. Nope. Yeesh. Jesus. Jesus. Me too. Me too. Me too.
That planet just wiped out a piece of his squad. Stay sharp, 621.
Oh gosh, he has so much health left. This is not gonna happen.
One cannot fly on borrowed wings.
As soon as I got
Seems our gig isn't over
screwed over by
yet,
that one
Raven.
pie bunker right near the beginning, really did a number on me. I'll say the funniest thing with doing a full uninterrupted lance plus needles combo is you can just kill them before they heal sometimes. Is that... I didn't see, but how much does that stun needle gun or cannon do in terms of like raw damage?
Something's not right, 621.
I thought it was just like electricity damage, wasn't it? We had to like build it up?
Find out what's going on.
Or am I mistaking how much that build up actually goes? Because I didn't use it on a regular enemy. I guess I only use it on that worm, right? So I don't... Stun needle is very good? Okay.
Do you read me, Raven?
Just hard to hit? I guess it's because that...
I've identified.
that build up, right?
That AC do all this.
do
Wait.
it justice.
Ah!
License's original owner. Tie up the loose ends.
Okay, that's good.
2 repair kits remaining.
I know who's one repair kit. I'm just gonna keep using this more often. I should, right? Like, get out of there. Ugh. Should have shot me. That's fine. I got a heal, huh? Hey, Lance is pretty good. Lance is pretty good if I can remember to just keep popping it. And using that charge attack. That charge attack is real silly.
See where they go on a Raven's
Great
wings.
option for stagger cash out. You can probably imagine getting the stun with the Lance, and just slamming on the triggers with the stun moves. Yeah. Like, that's what I'm missing here, right? It's like, I'm getting the stagger with the Lance, covering all that ground, and then I'm only using my shotgun and missiles as punch. And missiles not the great way to do a punch. There's an S rank. I'll take that. But if I had the stun needles, ooh, that's heavy. It's really heavy. I'll buy the other needle now. Yeah, good point, good point. Did I not buy it? I think I don't know if I did. I think I have them for both now, don't I? Oh no, I don't. Here we go. Oops. Are people doing like double stun needle? People going that ham with it? Gonna have to lose some weight. Your loadout was double? Oh, jeez. Very pigeonholed loadout. If you really need to kill one guy, let's work backwards, right? Gosh, we really gotta load up, huh? Definitely not using Fermezas. What legs were you using, Ganj? I'm guessing I might not have them, but mini tank? Wow, really? That's not gonna make a difference. Maybe for weight, right? Pretty much have. Oh, use reverse joint legs. That's interesting. Luishi. Ganj, did you just basically take the hit to your QB reload ideal weight? Did you just say like, yeah, whatever, like I'll take the penalty? Or did you actually like manage to get under it? Because that seems impossible to do with this build. Baton pretty light. Good point. I forgot. Yeah, you're batoning it, not lancing it like Oishi was. I guess Oishi, even on top of that, you're probably like, I know these have a much significant higher load limit, right? And you could like get a decent kick out of it. right? Need a booster that's sufficient, though. Melee attack thrust. My boost speed is so much lower than I'm used to it, though. Like, significantly lower boost speed than I'm used to. Oishi, did you also manage to stay under the, your QB ideal reload weight? This seems really hard to manage at this point. I don't think melee boost matters because the booster's on Lance. Yeah, I guess. What if I just said screw the ideal weight reload? What if? What if? Right? I mean, I won't be able to quick boost as much. That's the real answer. Now I'm just making a silly build. God, my boost speed is so down. The important thing is you don't need to have that much defense, since you're just supposed to kill them immediately. Good point. Good point. That is a great point, even. There it is.
The PCA are going to be fighting.
Let's see what happens. I think maybe, like, I don't know if maybe I mean, whatever, like, I like playing a boosty build, right? So this is going to probably feel significantly slower than I'm used to. Definitely feel it already. Right? But I just need that one. Just gotta land it once, right? Ideally. Nope. I'm not even locked on the board. What do I do? Just hit the button. Right? Ow. I know that. Oh gosh, hit with the pile bunker. Get in there. At least a hit. Ugh, that was ambitious to say the least. I played so sloppy there, but that a double stun needle is... That's just stupid. That's just stupid. Why bother me trying to get a pile bunker hit from like up close and worry about how much I gotta boost in when I can basically do the same damage from a mile away, right? Yeah, thanks, Tricky Banana.
Find out what's going on.
This is silly. I'm like disregarding all the other numbers and mechanics. I'm just saying, hey, just what if I did this? Not even locked on the board. Nope, yeah. Big pile bunker. I knew it was gonna happen. I knew that was gonna happen. Now that was too sloppy.
Activating combat mode.
Commence mission. Wait, something's not right, 621.
This is a silly build.
Find out what's going on.
On the auto targeting.
watch this one.
That's dumb.
See where they go on
That's
Raven's
dumb.
wings.
That's... The issue is you miss a lot of dialogue. AKA, you don't really... I feel like I barely played the game at that point, right? And you said they nerfed this already? How did they nerf this? I don't know if they nerfed it enough. A few times. I'm guessing people are like complaining about it. Well, you know. Let's call it there. Shall we? That feels like a good place to end the show. Tricky banana. Oh, we know. This game's alright. This game's alright. As it turns out. As it turns out, this game's alright. Hey, thanks all for joining me today. Of course, the show will be archived over on youtube.com/@RJLee. If you're watching this on the VOD, hey VOD, why don't you come on over from YouTube where you like, comment, subscribe, all that fun stuff us YouTubers love. Come on and join us over here on twitch.tv/RJLee. You can give me a follow. That's also free. You know, as much as all the YouTube stuff is. Makes us feel good in our tum-tums. For all us content creators. But if you want to join me over here, give me a follow. You'll never miss it when a show goes live. Of course, you can subscribe as well if you wish to support me monetarily. Helps me out, you know, so we get groceries, all that fun stuff. Helps the show grow. Of course, you can either subscribe using your Prime sub or, you know, a couple bucks. Or of course, you can always skip all that nonsense and just give me a straight tip or a donation as well. That link is just down below. I see a big ol' Kiryu face there. You won't miss it, right? Of course, we did meet our bonus stream. I did update this recently, where we're going to have a bonus stream where we'll have to play Pac-Man 2, The New Adventures. Because the wonderful sickos in my chat love to see me suffer. My favorite sickos, though. Love you all so much. Of course, that also includes a second bonus stream as part of that as well, where I do the playlist LP, where I curate a fine thematic curated playlist of 1 to 2 hours worth of music that I end up playing in Rocksmith using my bass guitar over there. So make sure you join us for that. I have yet to solidify any kind of timing for the upcoming bonus streams. I'm going to say Wednesday, tentatively still. I did some planning I still need to do this weekend for that. But stay tuned for this, and that's probably when Pac-Man 2... it's going to happen. So stay tuned for that. Tricky Banana, thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you so much for the raid earlier. Shoutouts to Tricky Banana. I'm going to do this really quick. Hold on, I can type. Banana. That's got 2 N's. Okay? 1 N at first, and 2 N's to end that off. Shout out to Tricky Banana. The point and click master herself. Absolutely. For serious. Never lost at any point click. Never. Never gets stuck. Never seen it. Not a single time. Was here the entire time, just a little quiet playing after playing RuneScape. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Get job. Oh gosh. RuneScape. I've not seen. I used to have a partner who played a lot of RuneScape, and watching her play was like watching a second language. Watching someone speak in a second language. I could not understand any of it. Also, yes, it's Friday. Be nice to Ganj. tip my hat to you, God. Thank you so much for joining me. Thank you to Oishi as well. Thank you to Warcry Mango that raided earlier as well. Shouts to Warcry Mango. Also an incredible incredible streamer. I don't know if I have the cooldown. It's probably still on cooldown, isn't it? Like, oh gosh, what did I just... Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. I'm screwing up. I don't have to type. More. Try. Mango. Copy and paste that in case. Nope. Not rating. Cancel that because Warcry Mango is not live. I swear I know how to type. I swear it. Wait, not a third time. It's fine. Anyways. That's a Warcry Mango. They're awesome streamer themselves. Please go check them out. Never lost in RuneScape or WoW or Port. Okay. You know, look. Trigman, if you do that, you're gonna have to like... You're gonna have to change your messaging a little bit. It's like, here are all the things I'm a master of, right? I am not a master of RuneScape. Nor a master of World of Warcraft. I've not played World of Warcraft in a very long time. I'll tell you what I can be a master in. Can be. I'm not saying I am. But it's games with mechs in them. Definitely not a master of WoW yet. Okay, well, you know, we all have goals. We all have goals. We're working towards them, right? Just as much as I'm working towards being a master of Armored Core 6. We'll do this again on Monday. You know, hopefully starting 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock-ish, as usual. I don't spill coffee on my carpet again, as always. What else? Yeah, I think that's it. Stay tuned for this show. It'll be archived on YouTube, as always. Just give me a day or two. I'll get it up there. I feel like that's 30 seconds enough. There we go. Shout out to Warcry Mango. Literally spelled Warcry Mango. All one word. She's awesome. Trig Banana, what are you playing on your stream now that you've got those demos tied up today? Are you going to be playing some Last Express? Last Express? We're going to be doing that soon? Are we doing that? Last Express? I would love to watch you play some Last Express if I can catch you in time. 99% possibility, yes. Okay, good. Gosh, I almost want to just, when you load it up, like, I just want to play it. I was talking with My Hero Zero in the Discord earlier. We were saying it's like, every time I see other people play games, I'm like, I want to do that. I just have to find the time for it. Right? What I can win at now, though, is pasta. I might go. I'm gonna go make some udon after this. So, shoutouts. Oh, I would love to do a cooking stream, but I gotta figure that out. Anyways, I'll talk to y'all later. I'll see y'all on Monday. Stay tuned. I'll do some posts about some of the bonus streams coming up, and then we'll catch you later. All right, y'all. Thanks again. I will see you. Yeah, on Monday. I'm gonna end the stream, then we'll find someone to raid after this. All right, y'all. Talk to you later.